Don't be rude.
I'm trying, Donnie, but it's really, really hard. Did you see that woman who was supposed to be from the Dominion voting machine? It wasn't actually from the company. She was one of the people that were working for it. Oh, my God. If you haven't seen it, you've got to look it up. It is hilarious. It's like they pulled some random drunk woman out of a bar and sat her in front of the people from the House of Representatives. That's their star witness. Oh, my God. What a clown show over there. It's a good job that exists, because otherwise we'd be the laughing stock of the world.
Oh, shut up!
Police have issued reassurances to the public that explosions are heard overnight in Scotland. I bet they were near Pennycook. Were in fact known as thunder snow, which is the first sign that you are standing on a planet that is tearing itself apart and we're all going to die. Residents in Edinburgh reported that they had believed that there was an exploding bomb or a collapsing building around 5 o'clock in the morning. Police Scotland tweeted, "Please do not be alarmed. We are currently experiencing thunder and lightning." The police... Okay, people who are hiding under their beds are not looking on... I suppose these days they probably are. Yeah. They probably are doing just that. It's the end of the world and we're all tweeting fine. James tweets, "Please inform Nick Abbott that a Scotch egg is also known as a fat man's apple in Canada." That's funny. A fat man's apple in Canada. Right, do you want to do the Scotch egg thing first? All right. Police have been criticised for their overzealous enforcement of the new rules on pubs after landlords reported officers arguing over whether Scotch eggs were a substantial meal and threw out customers who had finished eating. What? Are you kidding me? The police will show up if you don't have a chip left on your plate, but they will put you on hold and tell you to leave a message if you are being killed to death at this very minute. Pub bosses in Tier 2 area. You're familiar with the tiers, aren't you?
No.
No. I bet if I went into the street with a clipboard and asked people what Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3 meant, I bet wouldn't have a single person... if there was £1,000 resting on it, they wouldn't have a single person give me a right answer. Oh, I tell you what, the kids were they're having a party out in Trafalgar Square when I came by. There was hundreds of them. They were social distancing was not happening in Trafalgar Square when I came by. There was a band playing. Today is gonna be the rock and roll. Whatever those lyrics are, I don't know. Nobody listens to lyrics anymore. Why bother? Yeah, there was an Oasis tribute act, or it could have actually been Oasis. I've got no idea. It sounded bad enough to be Oasis. Today. There was hundreds of them there. They're all a kissing and a hugging with Fred. You know, sitting in the back seat. Or at least they will be in their Ubers on the way home. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, you want to get down there, police officers, because you've got a lot of arresting to do in Trafalgar Square, I'll tell you what. If those kids are still there... Anyway... pub bosses in Tier 2 areas said police had visited their premises to argue over the regulations. I am stunned, aren't you? Like they haven't got anything better to do. They insisted that Scotch eggs cannot be considered a substantial meal that allows punters to order alcohol. What? Liar! I mean, we know that's a lie because none other than the totally reliable Michael Gove said it was a substantial meal. He actually said it was a substantial meal. which just kind of made my skin crawl. I mean, somehow making a meal sound dirty.
Disgusting.
It's substantial. He can make anything sound like you wouldn't want to put it in your mouth. Then, of course, he changed his mind, and he said it was not a substantial meal. Or maybe it was the other way around. It doesn't really matter. The upshot is, don't believe anything Michael Gove says about dinner. Or anything else for that matter. Patrick Dardis, chief executive of Young's The Brewery, said officers in London on Wednesday also told customers to leave pub premises as soon as they'd finished their meals, preventing them from ordering more drinks. The police said, I'm instructing you to leave the premises as soon as you have finished your meals, preventing you from ordering more drinks. Patrick Dardis, I don't know why they all talk like that, they just do. It's a fact. Patrick Dardis, chief executive of Young's the brewery. I think I've had enough already. Booze. Of Young's the brewery said, as if we haven't got enough to contend with, we've got some overzealous officials going into pubs unnecessarily, and it's a bit intimidating for our customers. This whole petty argument about a Scotch egg, whether it is or whether it isn't a substantial meal, is not relevant, he said. What it actually means is a table meal. A substantial meal is just made-up nonsense. Absolutely.
Correct.
Correct, Amundo. It's made-up nonsense. Completely correct in every respect. Patrick Dardis, chief executive of Young's the brewery, said it's unnecessary and unhelpful given the problems that the sector has had to deal with over the past months and the amount of money that we've spent creating secure and safe environments. Yep. I mean, what difference does it make whether you have a substantial meal or not? I mean, the thing of it is that punters have to be sat down and get table service. I mean, that's the it of it, isn't it? Not standing up at the bar yelling at each other. What business is it of the government to tell them what they can and cannot put in their mouths while they're sitting there? I mean, you'd think the police had better things to do, or at least more sensible things. Can't they see what tosh this is? It's not about transmission of the virus. It won't discriminate about who gets it next, depending on whether they're having a bag of crisps or a pie and chips. I think that Nigel Farage said it right.
This is absolute tosh.
Totally right, Nige. I mean, look at the latest crime statistics. 7.8% of all crimes committed now get solved, or have somebody charged. 7.8%. That's the lowest level on record ever. And they're busy patrolling your plate. And what are the actual rules? I mean, do you even know? Well, as is this government, the rules are cloaked in doubt and uncertainty. Downing Street has refused to rule Scotch eggs in or out as a qualifying meal, while Michael Gove changed his mind on their status twice in the same morning. Tier 2 rules stipulate that customers can only order alcohol with a table meal and can only dine inside with members of their own household. Those are strict rules and there are no exceptions for anyone at all, ever. Unless... Anyway, Tier 2 rules. Are you familiar with the Tier 2 rules?
No.
I'll assume that the answer is yes. You know that they stipulate that customers can only order alcohol with a table meal and can only dine inside with members of their own household. But, while they are strict rules and there are no exceptions for anyone at all, ever, there is an exception. Unless you are a business person, for which read Tory donors, who get a pass, just as they get a pass from quarantining, as long as they are well off enough to travel business class. If they travel first class, of course, no rules apply to them at all, but that goes without saying. So you can do whatever you like with whomever you please, as long as you say it's a business meeting. I don't think I've ever said this before, but I am absolutely gagging for a business meeting. Booze. Guidance for police by the National Police Chiefs Council says police should only deal with breaches of the rules in pubs and restaurants as a last resort if they fail to convince people to follow them. The rules, that is. Not themselves. Chase me. Where did that come from? I had no idea I was going to say that. Which, being on the radio, is alarming.
Correct.
One pub landlord said City of London police officers told him that they had extra resources to patrol pubs from Wednesday to Saturday each week. You've got to be kidding me. If you burgled or somebody nicks your car, then you might as well just wave bye-bye to whatever it is that you've just lost.
Bye-bye.
You'll never see it again. the most that they'll do is give you a police crime number on the phone. Will they actually show up in person?
No.
No. But they got extra resources to police pubs, you know, in case somebody is drinking without a chip on their plate. They plan to fine repeat offenders £1,000 for breaking the rules. Hello, what's all this in? A light salad and a pint of wine? I don't think so, sir. You'll have to fill that plate with something dead, unless you want to be arrested. Kate Nichols, Chief Executive of UK Hospitality, said, it's UK hospitality, not UK hostility. She didn't say that. I made that up. That was fake news. She said businesses are having a hard enough time surviving at the minute, taking a really hard-line approach when businesses are already working their hardest to keep customers and staff safe helps nobody. There needs to be a degree of common sense. Common sense. Yeah, right. There's nothing common about it. There needs to be a degree of common sense when enforcing the rules, and we need to avoid putting even more pressure on staff and businesses, she said. The British Beer and Pub Association said major national pub chains had reported issues on Wednesday night from police and environmental health officers. A spokesman for the City of London Police said officers would only enforce legislation where absolutely necessary. And if that is what qualifies as absolutely necessary, then those people who dismiss the notion that this government is engaged in a power grab of people's rights and freedoms must explain how they've come to that conclusion. Why so sanguine? Are you drunk? I mean, I know it's a relatively small thing, but as any maths whiz will tell you, if you add together many small things, you get a much bigger thing. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. Let's have Oldbury. Why isn't that working? Loop back, connect or cancel. Should I collect or cancel?
That should work now.
Loop back. What should work now?
If you fade him up.
Oh, there you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, it sounds like you.
It does sound like me. You know, Bojo the Clown, these many men and women are amazing, honestly. They're just amazing with what they come up with.
Amazing, like science fiction, you mean?
Yeah, that way, yeah. Now, you know, before I get onto the pubs, yeah, because I love the pubs, I do, okay?
Well, now,
No,
wait a minute. What is it that you love about them?
Drinking.
Yeah, but you can drink outside of a pub.
No, the sitting together
No.
with your mates, having a laugh, yeah, and enjoying yourself.
Right.
You know, after hard week-
enjoying yourself in public?
Disgusting.
Nick, can I just mention, you know, Gavin Williamson yesterday, yeah? He just reminded me of somebody yesterday.
Yeah.
Who did he remind you of? Let's think about it.
Who did he remind me of? Is this
Him
a
across the pond?
Is this a test now?
No, him across the pond. On the best, on this, we're this, nobody else can do it, we're the best, right?
I'm getting
I thought
tired of
to
saying it. This government is guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do? If you look at absolutely everything they do, it appears to be through the prism of what would Donald Trump do.
Yeah, and yesterday he sounded like the English version, right? Speaking just like what Trump does. When I was listening to the radio with Nick Ferrari, yeah? And I thought to myself, or one of the shows, I thought, he sounds exactly like that other idiot, Trump, right? I mean, if you're going to boast about something that you're really, really good at, you've got to have a long history of doing good things, right? He made a mess of the education system. He's made a mess of when he was Defence Secretary. He's made a mess everywhere, right? and he's having a laugh now, right? And and then this morning they said, right, you know, this new vaccine, we're not going to give it to the health workers who are caring for the old.
Yeah.
But we're going to give it to the old Yeah.
No, but first of all, they said that the care work, the NHS staff would be at the front of the queue, and then they said, "Oh, you know what? No, they can't be because of something that we've just realised, and we're not getting as many doses of this vaccine as we told you that we were going to get." And it's exactly as you would expect that so far it's been rolled out. I'm surprised they haven't kept that thing that needs to be frozen at minus 130 Fahrenheit in an oven.
I would have asked for an opinion from Gavin Williamson. Hang on, you're supposed to be the best. You're trialling it out. You're this, you're that. What's happened now? And the thing is, what they're going to do is let the health service people get sick, so the old pensioners, right, who's had the vaccine, can look after the health workers. Is that what's going to happen? Right? So I'm being sarcastic there. Now,
oh, wow. That was great. Did I get any on you?
Okay, about the pubs, yeah. We can work out what
I'm just about coming down from that. Oh, I've never felt like this before. Oh, it's just bliss. I think I need a cigarette and a nap.
Nick. Okay, let's work out we've worked out what a substantial meal is, yeah. Now, when do you actually indulge in it? Now, I like to go to the pub, right?
A bit rude, isn't
like
it?
many people.
Yeah.
And have a lot of booze, and then finish up with a meal, and come back home. Okay, that's what people do. So when do you have your 5 pints?
Well, what kind of a meal? What kind of a meal do you have after 5 pints?
I can have a curry. Most people have curry, traditional English food.
Right.
Yeah, what everybody has.
Okay.
And we go to the pubs. We go to bar and grills, right? You can have a mixed chicken, lamb, and all that kind of grills. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do I have to sit there with a cold Savoy, on a plate? Yeah, because I run a fish and chip shop. Yeah. I can take one from my shop and put a nice long Savoy on a plate, because it has been killed.
I'm fairly sure where this is going, and I think time is running out. Oh well, never mind. You can't win them all. I think it sounded like to me very much like a listener with the material.
Oh, good evening, Nick. Hello there. Your friend Carol McGriffin speaks a lot of sense, I must admit, in this. I find myself, well, she's on the rival radio station that I shouldn't mention, but she does speak an awful lot of sense.
Yeah, no, she doesn't, as I will explain to her in person next time we speak.
Well, the thing is, there's 2 points I'd like to make, actually. The second point is actually something you've mentioned before in the past, which, although it's in some areas called a lot of stick, I agree with. But the first point I want to make is that I think where this has all started from, because I think you called it right way back in March when you said it was an overreaction, and in my opinion, it really hasn't shifted since then, really. The problem is, I think the government has, and maybe it's just not something with our government, other governments as well, it's this over-dependence on experts. I know... I think the absolute reverse is true. They're not dependent on experts. It doesn't appear to me as though they're listening to experts other than when experts say what they wanted to hear in the first place. Well, look, the thing is, I'm not saying that... Look, experts should have a right to be listened to, yes, but I think ultimately sometimes, you've got to weigh things up, and ultimately... The politicians.
Well, you don't think that's what's happening? I mean, you think the experts are making a decision, and then the role of Boris Johnson and his government is to just echo or magnify what the experts are saying? They're making political decisions every second of the day.
Well, they're not making very good political decisions, that's for sure. They look at the crippling debt this country's going to be in.
That was maybe the result of voting for a good time Charlie based on what you saw on the side of a bus.
Well, look, I think that there was a very good clip that I listened to on one of the other radio channels where it said that back in the era of David Cameron's government, a lot of these experts, or some of the experts rather, advised him, look, this is how we need to get the deficit down. This is how we should do austerity and things like that. But the problem with listening to experts, or certainly a certain pool of experts, is that they're not the ones living with the effects of their recommendations.
Of course they are. They don't inhabit another planet.
Well, when you think about it this way, look, you know, a lot of these people who, for instance, say, you know, purport these social distancing measures and things like that, you know, they're often people who work at universities, they're academics, they have...
absolutely surrounded by disease-ridden kids.
Yeah, but probably are, exactly, yes. But what I'm saying is that they're ultimately, you know, their job is secure. They get a pension, they can work from home, they probably have a nice house where they've got a back garden, for instance, they haven't got to necessarily go to the shop.
Academia, that's where the money is. Are you kidding?
Well, yeah, but their job's more secure than us. I mean, as I say, they're not working in retail, they're not running a business, they're not responsible for... I'm just saying, a lot of these experts, and again, the same experts that advised David Cameron on, you know, things like getting the deficit down, things like that, they weren't the ones living with the effects of austerity measures.
I don't know how much do you think an economist earns ordinarily?
Well,
I don't really understand what the alternative is, to listen to people who don't know what they're talking about.
Well, I know probably would quite rightly say it, but put it this way, there were experts back in the day who said that the Earth was flat until obviously...
oh my God, here we go, because science once got something wrong, then we can dismiss all science. Are you kidding me?
Well, there were also experts that believed homosexuality was a mental illness, so I'm just saying that I think to some extent, of course they should be listened to, but the politicians we've got are almost, I feel, ruled by experts.
No, I think the absolute opposite. I mean, for a start, Boris Johnson personally disbanded the outfit that was warned, that would have been their business to warn us about this exact pandemic. It was one of the first things he did when he came into office. He disbanded the experts whose job it was to warn us about a forthcoming pandemic. That was one of the first things he did. Coincidentally, it was also one of the first things that Donald Trump did. Wow, it's almost like they're being controlled by the same people.
Oh, shut up!
An unkind observer might think that it's the same money that is making them do the same things, which explains this government's being guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would do what the people who paid for Donald Trump's election would do. Unless that's a conspiracy theory, in which case I withdraw it.
Well, I mean, listen, Trump's gone now, so...
No, he hasn't. He hasn't gone anywhere.
Well, I mean, to be fair to Joe Biden on the face mask thing, which I personally think it's a waste of time when favour, but Joe Biden at least has said to his people, look, you've only got to wear them for 100 days or something, and then we'll try and... I mean, listen,
well, it was just a number he pulled out of the air. He's got no idea about that any more than anything that Boris Johnson says about the future is going to turn out to be true.
But the second point I'd like to make as well, key point, is something you have raised yourself as well. I mean, I might be in the minority here as well, but I think that really, I think that there's generally going to come a point. I could definitely see the Conservative Party or maybe another party gets in power, almost exploiting this pandemic by arguing that the NHS should be, not that I haven't exploited enough already, I know, but you know, arguing that the NHS should be disbanded and replaced with an insurance-based system. I personally think it's not such a bad idea. I just think... Well,
given that other countries that do have that exact scenario have better healthcare systems than we have, we're one of the only countries in the world that offers this free at the point of use, which makes it feel like it's free, but of course it's not free. Everybody pays an enormous amount of money. Well, we have worse outcomes in practically every health issue, and we spend more money than our nearest neighbours. So something's fundamentally broken with the NHS.
Well, I don't think that's strictly true, because I've heard we pay less per capita on health. We spend less per capita. Can't even speak. We spend less per capita on healthcare than France and Germany do. I mean, I would argue that I mean, why not? I mean, I pay for my national insurance. Now, if I theoretically paid an insurance company instead of paying my national insurance, if it was a reasonable rate, and it was well regulated, and I was treated more like a customer, I could see my job.
I'll shorten it for you. If we got a better system by organising it in a different way, it would be a good thing.
Well, I don't doubt that. I mean, the thing is, look, I agree with what you said. No one wants the American model. Like you said, the American model is a market-driven system.
Yes, it's fine. Like everything else in America, it's designed for billionaires.
Oh, it is, totally. I mean, I think, you know, my attitude's always been, well, look, if it's good enough for socialist France, then it's good enough for
socialist France.
Well,
what are you talking about?
Perhaps they're less socialist now that they've got a banker as their president now, I don't know.
Right, OK, well, excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. What was that about? It was about a lot of different things. I'm not sure. I didn't... What was the point? What was the point of that?
I think he was angry about something.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, he's very, very angry. Yeah. Quite right, too. Angela tweets, talking of clowns, Gavin Williamson was like an excitable 7-year-old after too many sweets. There was a great sketch in the Mail. Let me see if I can pull that up for you. I'll just do a bit of it. Or maybe I'll do it after the break. It was really funny. Henry Deeds. It sounds like the kind of bloke who would spend all day in a dressing gown and slippers, which makes him sound like a tramp. I don't mean that at all. I mean, an aristocrat being waited upon as he sits there in his dressing gown and his slippers. I say that, you. Henry Deeds. He's probably not like that at all. But he did a sketch about the Gavin Williamson thing, which is very funny. So I'll come to that in a minute. This text says, Tier 1 equals bad, Tier 2 equals bad bad, and Tier 3 equals bad bad bad. Is that right? Wasn't that a band from Scotland? Bad bad bad. Yeah, I think it actually was. Yeah. That was not a description. It was a band. And this says, Nick, no social distancing in Primark, Woking either. They were going to go 24 hours, weren't they? 24-hour-a-day Primark. I mean, I'm sure they're excellent in every regard, but who the hell wants to shop at 3 o'clock in the morning in a Primark? What could be so essential to your life that you need to go to Primark at 3 o'clock in the morning? I mean, please. Sorry to keep you waiting, Freddie. You're in Knightsbridge, but you know that.
Yeah, sorry. Hey, how's it going?
Hey. Great, mate.
Yeah, 2 things. I think you're absolutely amazing, by the way. You're so funny.
Thanks.
And actually, I think you're one of the very few people who look like they sound.
Well, I'll take great offence at that.
Yeah, no, it's a like great compliment. But and the second thing was, we just had like our first substantial meal today.
A substantial meal?
Yeah, we had a beef burger and chips.
Oh, poor cow. How was it?
It was all right, actually. It was quite bloody.
Yeah, but they're not supposed to serve it like that. They're supposed to serve it medium, aren't they? Not medium rare, medium.
It was medium bloody, and then had some chips, and then I guess we finally had a pint. But it was quite nice, we walked in, it wasn't busy. It was like it was a pub behind Shad Thames near London Bridge. It was quite nice.
Right.
And then
one second. I've got warning bells in my mind. How about you?
Warning!
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to go with my gut instinct. But I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Freddie, if that is indeed your name. 0345 6060 973. Jim texts, oh my God, the desperation of callers like Chris going for someone to blame other than the people to blame. This is the caller, but last but one. Oh my God, the desperation of callers like Chris looking for someone to blame other than the people to blame. Experts aren't the problem. The government is the problem, he says. And it's also the government exploiting the pandemic, profiteering at every turn. Well, there does seem to be a lot of that. £15 billion. And they just shrug their shoulders and go, well, I don't know. It was around here a moment ago. £15 billion, you say? No idea. Never mind, only money. I'd have to say this is the worst administration I've ever lived through. I mean, I've been racking my brain trying to think of a worse government than this one right here. It's a cavalcade of catastrophe. I mean, it takes inept to another level. I think it's the worst government I've ever seen. And I lived through Maggie Thatcher. I lived through Maggie Thatcher, and I'm here. Everybody sing. Nothing surprises me about them anymore. Apart from their front to just bat it away. It's almost as though they wake up in the morning and think, what can we do or say to really upset the libs, to just make their hair explode with fury? And then they do that, regardless of what it is. Do you think that Dominic Cummings is still actually running the show? Yes, by remote control. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Oh, well, I guess we'll never find out. It's a secret. Steve texts, can you please confirm that you will be doing the annual A to Z over Christmas? If you go through the letters in the correct order, I guarantee Santa will give you extra points. Well, that is true.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
You get extra points for getting it in order. Yeah, the A to Z will start on Christmas Eve. And almost as though that God herself had intended it, the alphabet fits perfectly between Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. It's one letter per hour, apart from the very difficult end of the alphabet. All the difficult letters are squeezed right at the end, almost as though somebody, like it was an afterthought. WXYZ, what should we do with them? Oh, I don't know, just tack them on the end. Little thinking that it was going to screw my last hour up. But we'll just stick all of those in 1 hour, and that will be the first hour of the new year. Oh my God, it won't be 2020 anymore. I can't wait, because things are bound to get better next year. I mean, you know, it'll be the bloomin' same, won't it? The clock will tick over. We'll come to the point in a point in space, really, that we've randomly assigned to be the new year. We're hurtling towards that point in space. We can see it from here, but we're not quite there yet. And we'll blast through that invisible line in space, and then we'll emerge like a hatchling into the new era. How exciting. I'll say it again. I can remember thinking about this year, right at the beginning of this year, thinking 2020. I remember vividly saying it on the air. Write it down. Look at those numbers. Doesn't that look great? 20 followed by 20. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, my God. What could possibly go wrong? Absolutely everything. Apart from you-know-who getting elected again.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
You know, as an aside, his whole the election was rigged act is about bringing in money. He's sending out hundreds of millions of emails to his fans, by which I mean dinglings, those people, saying, please send me money because it's a coup. They're trying to steal this election. Things have got totally out of control.
It has gotten totally out of control.
And so they're sending him money in large amounts. And it's purportedly for his fight against this, you know, the evil left-wing overlords who want to take over America, the radical left. But if you read the small print, only after you give, I think, $7,000 does any money go to this supposed legal battle. Everything else goes in the pockets first of Donald Trump, of course.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Goes straight in the pocket of Donald Trump or into the pockets of the Republican Party. And I think they've made something around $450 million so far. Those rubes are writing checks they can barely afford because the guy with the candy floss hairdo is telling them that the radical left are trying to take their guns. Take their guns. This grift has made $450 million so far. I think that's the number. Keep that in mind when you next read a tweet of his that says, you know, in all caps with exclamation marks, saying, you could sum the whole thing up. It's saying, it's not about overturning the election. It's about dupes sending him money. God, it's just another con. Comical. I mean, awful. And but his fans deserve everything they get, which in this case is ripped off. Beverley, East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. I hope you were sort of cheered up by a bit of common sense coming out of the US from Gabriel Sterling this week, the Georgia electoral coordinator.
Oh, him, yeah. Well, it's about time. He only... this is the guy who is... wasn't he the mayor of Georgia or something like that?
No, he was the electoral coordinator for Georgia, and he came out and said that the Georgia electoral legal challenge wasn't quite over yet, but he was the one that came out and said, Mr. President, people are getting threatened. My employees have had nooses held outside, left outside the houses.
That's right. His dingling fans are being whipped up because Donald Trump wants to get them all angry and irate enough to send him money. That's what this is all about.
Exactly, and he was saying, Republican senators, you need to speak up about this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the second bit of common sense after Simon Marks coming out of the USA at the moment, but it was a brilliant speech, and if the Republicans actually put him up as presidential candidate next time, they would stand a good chance of winning.
No, because too many people who vote Republican are who have been hypnotised by the Donald Trump cult. They're They're cultists now. It's not a Republican Party; it's a cult.
Yeah, but when he dies, there'll be occultists, and won't. Anyway, can I just share a quick?
I don't know. After that, I'm not so sure. Oh, all right then. Go on.
I think it was on Eddie Mayer, and it was the funniest thing I've heard all week from LBC. And one of the listeners was saying about Gavin Williamson, and he said, when you look at this shower we've got in charge of us now, he has to be the village idiot.
Right.
And I thought that was the best description I've heard.
We're tracing that call, and we think it came from number 10. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I will give you a taste of the Gavin Williamson sketch that appeared in the Mail. Very, very good work indeed. The House of Representatives.
Want to score some pot?
That's the House that's actually representative. It's the Senate that is not representative. The Senate is overpopulated by people that represent states that are underpopulated. Basically, because each state gives two senators, regardless of how many people live in them. I mean, you've got places like Wyoming that have got 6 cows and 1 cowboy, and they get the same amount of representatives as California, which has 100 million people in it. I don't know that that's accurate, but just because it's not true doesn't mean to say it's not a fact. The 100 million people part, probably about 50 million people, something like that. It's ridiculous, the Senate. That's the reason that you remember Obak Arama, don't you? Yes, that's him. That's the reason that he was unable to really push forward his policies, is because the evil Republican Party just stymied him at every turn. Probably because he was, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Black. Yes, probably that. It's probably the reason that Donald Trump got elected in the first place. A lurching to the right by the white. But yes, they've legalized marijuana, or they've suggested legalizing it at the federal level. But the Senate, the Republicans, they say, well, no. And we can count down the clock to Republican senators being caught with a big spliff in their mouths at 3, 2, 1. Jack tweets, regarding Primark, you can never have too many pairs of black leggings. Well, that's just true. But don't they all look the same? Why would you even have more than, 2 pairs? You wash 1 pair, hang it up over the bath, while you're wearing another. Why do you need more than 2? Conserve! Joffrey texts, I'm leaving the UK in the new year because I'm sick of the Scotch egg Nazis. Yeah, I've got more about that in a minute. But first, here's a call in Liverpool. Hello, Paul.
Yeah, I think it's Hunter Biden with his laptop that you need to be checking out.
Is it?
Yeah. Have you seen his son, Hunter?
Have I seen him? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. See, the media didn't report on it, did they? Just.
Are you kidding me? The media didn't report on it?
No,
how did you find out about it?
Well, how did I find out?
Through the media. They just went on and on and on and on.
So what are you saying? It isn't true?
What isn't true?
What, the Hunter Biden laptop? He's a Chinese agent.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And you think that Joe Biden can be the president of the States, you know?
Do I think that he can be?
Yeah.
I know he can be.
Yeah, well, that's probably all about it, isn't it? Because that's the deep state.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the deep state. Did you read that on maybe Facebook?
No.
Did you read it in the Times? The Guardian?
Video.
The Mail? Was it
Video.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
What else does it say on there?
What else does it say on there? I don't know. I don't think that Joe Biden can be president of the States.
But he is going to be.
Well,
you don't think he can be? Based on what?
There's so much evidence that's come out this week.
Evidence about the stealing the election.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's actually
evidence.
Video,
what evidence?
Video
what evidence do you have that the radical left have stolen the election from poor Donald Trump? What evidence is there?
Security cameras that they didn't know they were being filmed on while they were picking the ballots, like 3,000 ballots at a time out of a box under the table.
No such footage exists.
It does,
but it doesn't.
It does. I'll send it to you.
No, that's okay. I'm up to my eyeballs with stupid over here. You're all right.
Anyway, no problems. But it's nice that you always seem to be picking on Trump like he's the bad guy. Orange man bad. I mean, what's the problem?
Picking on Trump like he's the bad guy.
He's lost billions with his businesses. Just constantly, everyone's that's all they see is just something to pick on the man. It's crazy. Anyway,
he's lost billions. And what do you base that on?
He's lost billions through his companies.
Well, yeah, that's right.
He didn't have to be that. It's a service. He serves. That's what he does.
Paul, switch the computer off and walk away from the screen because it is scrambling what is left of your mind. While you still have a few brain cells left, trust me when I tell you, yank that plug out of the wall and walk away from the internet forever. Jimmy in Fulham, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. I'll sum that call up for you. You know what was on the screen that he wanted to tell me? It's the P word.
Oh
no! He wanted to call it a plandemic. Yeah, one of those people. Don't tell me. Bill Gates invented the virus to put a microchip in your brain that will be controlled by 5G. Is that about right? Jimmy in Fulham says, you and I are the same kind of age. The same kind of age. And I can't ever recall a worse administration. However, it's unfair to compare it with Thatcher's Tories. Yes, many people's lives were ruined by her, but many millions benefited too. She was a wealth creator, and her harsh measures saved the UK economy. Good Trump impersonation, though. Saved the UK economy. I'm not sure about that. I think that she set up the stage for the UK economy to crash in 2007. It was the loosing of the reins on the financial finaglers that brought us to the position that we find ourselves in now, unable to deal with the next recession that's coming our way. She was a wealth creator. Well, yeah, a few people did make a lot of money. And millions didn't. Millions were left behind. I've got a precious little good to say about her. This says, oh my days, been to 3 pubs tonight and was force-fed 3 substantial meals in order to get a drink. talk about eat out to help out. I need help to get out of a pub. And what happened to Boris is concerned about obesity. That's right. Yeah, Boris used to be concerned about obesity. Yeah, what happened to that, Boris? So there's this survey that came out saying, who do you want to see get the virus first? And I think we know the answer to that. An overwhelming majority of people wanted to see Boris Johnson stuck with a giant needle.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
On television. We don't want to hear about it afterwards. We want to see it while it's done. I'll come to that in a minute too. 0345 6060 973. Camberwell. Hello, Will.
Hello, lovely to hear you, as always.
Will.
They say ideas are money, and I've just had a little idea. I heard you discussing Donald Trump's problems. How about, once he's gainfully unemployed, what about a one-off special, what's the problem with Nick and Donald? Is that the best idea ever? Would you say yes? You know people.
I do know people, yeah, but nobody that can make that happen. It sounds like a good idea, except I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgeways.
I'm sure you wouldn't. I think he must like me because he has started sending me emails.
What?
I say started. I don't recall when, but I've been getting the dear friend or dear my email address.
Really?
You're a patriot. You're among my best.
Really?
It's about 8 or 9 like that, and then it says it's just I've just noticed you've never given me anything. Now I need you to step up. You wouldn't leave America at her darkest time, would you? The bit I need your help, Nick. There's a little bit recently where he used to say any donation will be matched 500% from my personal fund. Now it's gone up to 1,000%.
Yeah, right.
But the actual numbers, if I pull the phone away from my head, it says if you give $20, that equals $220. $15 is $165. $10 is $110. Are any of those 1,000%, Nick?
Not to my mind, but then I'm no good at maths.
I have heard your Fahrenheit to Celsius. I was hoping you could apply the same magic, but
what?
It's crazy, isn't it? It's a crazy world.
I think I've just been insulted.
Oh no!
That's actually true. This guy isn't making that up. Donald Trump is sending out letters by the hundreds of millions, not letters, emails, to his cult fan dinglings. And it's saying exactly that. That's the wording. You wouldn't leave this country in its hour of darkest need, would you? You're a patriot. Basically, shaming people into sending him money. And boy, does it work. He's made hundreds of millions of dollars since the election. Since the election, in about a month, he's made something of the order of $400 million from his rubes, sending him in small amounts. Without reading the small print, which says that only after, I think, $7,000 donation does any money go to the thing that he's saying that it's for, as in his legal attempt to overturn the election, which is just another Donald Trump con in a huge, long list of Donald Trump cons. So you're going to send him any money?
I actually tried to send some to Mr. Biden. Right. And initially it said, you're not in the United States, you can't.
Yeah.
And I do have access to a virtual private network, if you know what that is. If you don't, it doesn't really matter, but you can be anywhere in the world on the internet.
Wow, that sounds fantastic. You can be anywhere you want.
Yowza.
So where do you want to be?
Well, I put down New York, and it said, oh, okay, so yeah, you type it in here, but then it said, okay, sir, what is your national insurance number? Or you're not national, the social security number and address, at which point I scarily turned the computer off before I got in trouble.
Right, well, you're on the list, Will.
I am.
Any moment now, men in black jumpsuits will be bursting through your windows, spraying gunfire all about your bedroom.
Luckily, I live in a big block of flats, so they'll struggle to find my building. May I share one of the little chronological things that you touched upon earlier, very briefly? I was 18 in the millennium.
Yeah.
So I must have been about 13, 14 when I became aware that the year 2000 is coming up. And I remember getting a vague tingling sense. And as it got closer and closer, and there was the millennium bug, the excitement built. And then it was 3, 2, 1, 2000. And it was ecstasy. It was just so exciting. Not the drug. It was exciting. But within about 6 months, I realised that, hang on, we are just a ball floating around another ball. And they only started counting the year 500 of the Christian calendar was when it started. Pope Gregory said, right, we're starting now, guys. The year 500 starts now. Before that, they named every year after the Roman emperor who was around. So it was that excitement, Nick. It was largely fake.
Yeah, it's just a random point in space that we selected for. I've got no ideas for whatever reason it was, because it more or less coincides with the shortest day. But they even got that wrong. Yeah. We're way out. But once we start coming back around the other side of the sun, oh my God, things are going to really, really start changing then, eh? No, probably not. It'll be the same. Camden, hello, Brian.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, you always seem to go on about calling people chin out brigade and trying to make them look like nutcases. And
yes.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think Donald Trump, because he spoke out about hydroxychloroquine and that would quench the vaccine, that's why they've not liked what he said. And there's been a lot of doctors that have spoke out and said hydroxychloroquine does work, but they've been silent.
Right. How about bleach?
No, bleach is silly, and we know that's nonsense. So don't go along that line to try and make me look silly, or you know.
No, you're defending Donald Trump because he's talked about hydroxychloroquine, right?
Yes.
But he also talked about injecting bleach into the body.
Well, we don't know if he's really said that. I mean,
no, we do know that he's said it. There's tapes on the internet. Are you insane? He also said that you might like to introduce light into the body.
And also, when you go on about Bill
we
Gates,
don't know whether he
said
it or not. Oh my God!
There is the technology out there, because there's Neuralink, which is Elon Musk's company, and that's all to do with chipping brains to computers, and that's already out there. So,
it's not though. It's not though. It's something that he said he might be on the cusp.
Neuralink. Look up Neuralink. You see it. It's out there. The technology is already there.
Are you suggesting that the vaccine is a method of introducing some sort of chip into people so they can be controlled by Bill Gates over 5G?
You were saying earlier, it's going to chip your brain.
Is that a yes?
Sarcastic. All I'm telling you is the technology
is that a yes?
If you look it up.
Is that a yes?
I'm not saying yes at all. I'm not saying yes at all.
It sounds like a yes to me.
The vaccine hasn't been checked. It's been, 8 months it's been made, and there hasn't been a vaccine for HIV in 30 years. So how do they find one within 8 months? It's
science,
amazing.
Science?
It's very... Or epidemiologists, I thought they deal with that more often, don't they?
Well, are they not scientists?
Well, the thing is, all they go on about is scientists, but they never name any scientists to deal with any of their stuff.
They do. And furthermore, they put them on television. With their name underneath them on the screen. But apart from that, no, they're completely anonymous.
So they put them on the BBC, and we trust the BBC because they let Jimmy Savile get away with what he got away with. They kept that quiet for many years, and that's what they do. They keep everything undercover.
Brian, it's also on Sky and on ITV and Channel 4 News, and they're all in on the conspiracy, I expect.
Oh, Bill Gates, look at what Bill Gates pays into. He pays into Oxford University, Chris Whitty, all of them that are singing the same song. He pays them.
The evil people at Oxford University. No! It's the centre of everything that is dark and wrong with the world.
And Imperial College as well, he pays into.
Well, say no more. I mean, it's got the word Imperial at the title.
Yeah.
Well, you're out of your mind. What do you do for a living?
No, I'm not out of my mind.
You're a High Court judge, don't tell me.
No, I'm not out of my mind at all.
Brian, what do you do for a living? Please tell me.
Does it matter what I do for a living?
I'm just curious, that's all. You know what I do for a living. Tell me what you do for a living.
I don't. Well, all you seem to do for a living is try and call people nutcases.
Yes, only if they are nutcases.
And you get paid well for it.
Yeah, I'm completely satisfied with my remuneration. Yeah. So you know what I do for a living. What do you do for a living, Brian?
It doesn't really do for a living.
Why are you ashamed about what you do for a living?
I'm not ashamed.
Well, then tell me.
I just don't see where it matters what anyone does
because
for a living.
I'm curious, that's all.
It doesn't matter what I do.
Just satisfy my curiosity. You're a teacher.
If you look into all of where Bill Gates pays his money, he pays his money into everyone that's singing the same song right now.
Don't tell me you are air traffic control.
the fact is the vaccine hasn't been tested.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the fact is the vaccine hasn't been tested on pregnant women, children, anyone over 50. It hasn't been checked on.
Well, my God, Brian, you really need to alert the authorities because it sounds like you're an expert.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've got common sense, and I think you'll find.
Well, in a litany of amusing things you've just said, that tops the lot. Oh, that's priceless. Thanks for that, Brian. I think we all needed cheering up. He's got common sense. Yeah, it's running through his veins. Yeah, no doubt. Oh, my God, there's millions of them out there. You know, the internet is the greatest method of education that has probably ever been invented, including books. But it is also the greatest instrument of misinformation that has ever been invented. And there's just so many people who are so incredibly gullible, who suck all this stuff up. You know, I've been checking out some of the comments on Twitter to stories about Donald Trump and things like that. And what I found quite interesting is that a lot of them pro-Trump ones come all at the same time. And it's just one after the other of, dinglings like that bloke, just prattling on their nonsense. And if you look at who they're following and how many people follow them, you can go through a whole list of them and they'll have like 8 followers or 14 followers or something like that. I mean, just so obvious. Russian bots.
Affirmative.
They're bots. Bot, baby. I find it alarming that there are quite so many of them. He wouldn't tell me what he did for a living. Why? Well, I guess we'll never know. But, oh, please let it not be important. I mean that in the nicest possible way. You should not have responsibility or control over other people or things. You should not have control over things. Think about the poor things. It's absolutely incredible how, I mean, you think... You don't ordinarily come across people like that. I mean, if you saw one coming towards you, you might cross the street to avoid them. But other than that, you don't experience them in everyday life. But the internet has allowed you to do exactly that. You see the bizarre underbelly of human life. And the internet is not a way that people can... that shows people's other side from their public persona. It shows their actual side. That's the thing with the internet. It's people unplugged. That's it. It's people unplugged.
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know. I think some of these people should be plugged. As in, wet your fingers and stick them in a socket. And then, call me up and tell me what it felt like. 0345 6060 973. God, I mean, I can't stop shaking my head in wonderment. Why do they call me? How do they get my number? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, then Bill Gates is controlling your thoughts. Jay in Staines texts. Evening, Nick. It's not even a full moon this evening. Do people think this government could really organise a mass brain-chipping programme when they struggle to grit the roads in winter? And if they do want to track us, why are they targeting the over 80s in nursing homes? That's right, they don't go anywhere. This one says, Trump never did use the with bleach. Never did use the with bleach. The word with bleach? Something like that. Anyway, he said some kind of disinfectant. Says this anonymous text. It says, watch Piers Morgan playing the clip to Farage over and over, insisting he says bleach when he absolutely did not. The media lies, same with the frauds. Okay, here's what Trump said. So, I won't do the voice. So supposing we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light, the president said, turning to Dr. Deborah Birx, the White House coronavirus response coordinator. He said, and I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. She absolutely was going to do no such thing. She just sat there motionless, trying not to slap her palm to her forehead. And Trump said, and then I said, supposing you brought the light inside of the body. Wow, how are you going to do that? Which you can do either through the skin or in some other way.
Disgusting.
How are you going to do that, Donny? Introduce light into the body in some other way. Well, my mind's all of a swirl. And I think you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting, the president says. And then he said, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute. 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injecting inside or almost a cleaning? So it'd be interesting to check that. Pointing to his head, Mr. Trump said, I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
But I'm like a person that has a good you-know-what. No, Donny, we don't know what.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
So, yeah, you're right, Mr. Anonymous Text. I'll assume it's a Mr. Mr. Anonymous Texter. He didn't say bleach, he said disinfectant. So, that's totally different. Because if he'd said bleach, then that would really be insane. But just have a couple of pints of disinfectant and then call me up and see how you feel. God. 0345 6060 973. Maybe I should take James O'Brien's advice and just to let all this stuff go. Just, let everybody have their own facts. I don't think he's actually said that, but he seems to be... that book about how to be wrong. Well, I'm not wrong. These people are wrong. These people are wrong, not me. It's a fact. And I know you're not supposed to call people stupid, but people, meet me halfway. Stop saying stupid things, and people will stop thinking of you as stupid. Let's have a call in Reading. Susan.
Hi, Nick.
Susan.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making your call.
Thank you. First of all,
no,
I'd like
thank
to say
you.
I'm a big fan of yours.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of yours. I listen to you whenever I can.
Oh, cheers.
And if I miss you, I listen to your podcast.
Ah.
But what has forced me to phone you tonight is that I am genuinely concerned about this vaccine.
No.
No, they don't know what the effects are in the long term.
No.
They don't. I mean, a year later, 2 years later down the line, people might end up having leukemia or brain tumours. They just don't know. And the thing is, when you look at the swine flu vaccine that was rushed out, I mean, a lot of people were damaged permanently by narcolepsy, chronic fatigue syndrome. And look what the government said about mad cow disease, not jumping species, and we had Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease. I actually worked with a woman whose husband died from that. I just don't trust them. Do you understand?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but the alternative is to take your chances with a virulent disease that may kill you.
How virulent is it? It affects only, 90% have been over 80 who've died of it? I mean, you've got to die sometime anyway.
Well, that's true, but it's not just dying that are the effects of catching this thing. I mean, some people are stuck with debilitating conditions for months and months afterwards. Who knows if it might be for life?
And yet the vast majority are asymptomatic. And the under 50s don't seem to suffer from it much at all.
Yeah, I
so
understand.
why take the risk? I mean...
Well, life is one long series of risks, one way or the other. I mean, you risk the chance of catching something that might kill you, or it might leave you permanently befuddled or disabled in some other way. or you might take your chance on a vaccine. And the history of the vaccine's efficacy is pretty good.
Yes, but normally it takes 8 to 10 years for a vaccine to come out, and this has come out very quickly.
That's true.
We don't know the long-term effects. Nobody seems to die in the short term, but who knows that in a year's time, 18 months' time, people might start dying all over the place or catching dreadful side effects.
Well,
this is what worries me. There's a lot of people who are genuinely worried about this. My neighbour, for instance, said that if they try to force vaccination on her children at school, she will take them out of school and homeschool them. She's that worried about it.
Right, well, yeah, that's probably not my opinion on homeschooling is not informed by having actually been homeschooled, but it doesn't seem like a healthy way for a child to grow up. Not really. Not when socialising is a major part of the developmental process.
Well, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I am genuinely worried about the long-term effects of this vaccine.
Susan,
and
you should
don't know the long-term effects.
Should be
That's
genuine.
why people are worried.
Of course, you should be genuinely worried about the long-term effects of anything that you take. But that doesn't mean to say that that you then don't take anything. I mean, you take drugs of some sort or another, don't you? You have done it in your life. You've taken prescription pills of some kind.
I try not to, Nick. I'm
who doesn't?
Chicken. I'm 65. I'm healthy. I have no underlying health conditions. I'll take my chances. I'd rather think I'd risk having COVID than taking the vaccine.
Right. And if you catch COVID, and as a 65-year-old, you are in the age range of somebody that it might be more likely to affect negatively. And you either die or you become seriously physically or mentally affected by it, then
really?
that would have been a bad bet.
I don't think so. I don't think
but it
the
would have
virus.
Been. In the scenario I've just outlined, it would have been a bad bet.
I think it affects like the very old, like the 80 plus with underlying conditions. Most of the people who've died have been in care homes. They're going to die soon anyway.
Most, yes, that's right. It's a big word, most.
Nick, I love your show, and I think you're amazing. And sometimes I find myself going to bed early just to listen to you because you make me laugh. But seriously, I think you shouldn't trivialise this. I think people really are worried, and I don't like the idea of coercion. That you're not going to be allowed on certain planes if you don't have a vaccine. You won't be allowed in certain shops if you don't have a passport vaccine.
They haven't said that yet.
Yeah, but it looks like it. Qantas has come out and said they're not allowing people on the plane unless they've had the vaccine.
I think they've said they wouldn't allow them if they haven't had a test, isn't it?
I don't know.
Not the vaccine, it's a test, which seems reasonable. I mean, you're going to be in a tiny screaming tube for 24 hours going from here to way over there. Yeah, it seems reasonable that they would want you to have a test before you get on that plane.
I don't want to feel I'm going to be discriminated against if I don't have the vaccine, and I think that's the way it's headed.
Well, again, this is worst case scenario. You're assuming that everything is going to go dreadfully badly.
Well, maybe that's the Scot in me, the pessimist.
Which part of Scotland do you come from?
Motherwell.
Oh, well, you should have said Motherwell.
Near Glasgow.
Yeah. All right.
It rains all the time. Anyway, thanks for having me on.
Okay, thanks, Susan. 0345 6060 973. I have 1 second, please. 1 minute. I've got detailed files of something that I want to share with you. Just 1 minute. Oh, it's not what I thought it was going to be. Well, I'll look it up during the break, and I'll come back with it if I've got it. They are the symptoms of something that is that you've probably taken in your life. And the thing that I always, you throw the bit of paper inside a box of pills away without reading it. Nobody ever reads the paper that comes inside a box of pills. Never read the paper that comes inside a box of pills. Actually, you should, but nobody ever does. If you've ever read the piece of paper that comes inside a box of pills, then you know ahead of time to prepare to be alarmed. Here are this is an incomplete list of possible side effects of a drug. Abdominal or stomach pain, cramping or burning. Black, tarry stools.
Disgusting.
Bloody or cloudy urine. Change in consciousness. A change in consciousness. That sounds great. Chest pain or discomfort, confusion, constipation, convulsions, severe or continuing. Dark urine, decreased frequency or amount of urine. Diarrhea, difficult breathing. Do you really need to breathe? Drowsiness, fainting, fast breathing, feeling that something terrible will happen.
Oh, no.
Fever, general tiredness and weakness, generally decreased frequency of urination or amount of urine. Headache, heartburn, increased thirst, indigestion, irregular heartbeat, light-coloured stools, loss of appetite, loss of consciousness. Lower back or side pain, muscle cramping and weakness. Please turn over. Muscle tremors, nausea or vomiting, nervousness, numbness or tingling in the hands, feet or lips. Panic. Rapid deep breathing, restlessness, seizures, skin rashes, stomach cramps, swelling of the face, fingers or lower legs, unusual bleeding or bruising, unusual tiredness or weakness, vomiting of blood or material that looks like coffee grounds. What? That doesn't sound nice. Weakness or heaviness of the legs, weight gain, yellow eyes and skin, acid or sour stomach, anxiety, belching, dizziness, dry mouth, hyperventilation, irritability, shaking, stomach discomfort, upset or pain, trouble sleeping, drowsiness, dullness, tiredness or feeling of sluggishness. Blimey, I'm feeling sluggish just reading it. You know what that is? Aspirin. So, yes, you should be concerned about taking drugs that you don't necessarily have to, but I'm not sure the vaccine is one of them. But I would like to see Boris Johnson take it first, wouldn't you? So there's that story I'll come to in a minute as well. But first, I must take this call in Haringey. Hello, Claire.
Oh, hello, Nick. Hi.
Claire.
Nick, I just rang your researcher to say, of course, if I was able to get my mitts on the vaccine, I would take it instantly. Also, I mean, well, first of all, it's my responsibility to take it as far as I'm concerned. And secondly, this idea of, I love your list, by the way, it was wonderful. The idea that it's so untested is absolutely arrant nonsense, because if you just read the press, we're being told all the time that thousands of scientists all around the world have been working flat out on this thing, and instead of running tests in sequence, they've been running them in parallel. So that's why the time frame has been cut so short.
But what does that mean, though, run in parallel?
Well, what they usually do, I think, when they test over years and years and years, I think, is they go through one phase, then they do the next phase, then they do the next phase, and they've all got slightly different setups. Like, well, I mean, goodness, I'm no expert, but I think, well, they test in different age groups, they test different different types of people's professions or different genders or people who do manual work, and I don't know, they just do loads, or people with existing conditions or whatever it is. They have loads and loads of different conditions, don't they, that they test against.
Right.
And then they go through the different phases, and it's all done over a massive period of time, simply because, I guess, they've always done this in that linear way, I guess, because it works, and there's never been this massive global stress to get something to save the human race from dying of COVID.
Yeah. I can understand why people would be because the people that are concerned are those without a scientific background. They have a little knowledge that tests that the vaccines normally take 8 to 10 years, and then they take that, and with no further knowledge of what it is that the scientists have done to get to this point, they then say, well, that means that it has been tested less than it should have been, because it normally takes 8 years and they did it in 8 months. And so they leap to a conclusion that they don't have the knowledge to actually form.
But you see, some of these, I'm going to maybe be contentious, but some of these people, as far as I'm concerned, are going to be doing things that are dangerous every day of their lives. Like, for instance, I have a couple of times in my life got food poisoning from eating out. And sometimes, on 2 occasions, I was terribly sick and sort of Googled to find out whether I might die, etc. And I was really quite frightened. And that's just eating food. You can walk onto a bus, or you can be very, very, very tired and drive a car and have an accident. I mean, just a billion things you can do. Life is, as you say, a complete risk. Just be grateful if you're alive and do your utmost to stay alive is my view, and take the vaccine.
Yeah.
Also, I think the likeliest way of me dying, really, is going to be laughing at you and falling off a chair and knocking my head and killing myself.
Oh, I see. It's my fault.
I think it is, Nick.
Right.
I listen to you most nights now just to cheer myself up as I go to sleep.
Right. Well, I'm glad to be of assistance. Thanks a lot, Claire. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Now, I get that people are concerned about having a drug injected into them. I mean, who wouldn't be? I mean, I don't like... I just went and had the flu vaccine.
Oh, no.
See, this is why I can't understand people's conspiracy theories, is because Bill Gates is controlling my thoughts with a microchip that was an invisible one that was included in the flu vaccine. Thanks a lot, Bill Gates. But, I completely get it. I don't get the conspiracy theory nutcasery that goes along with it in a lot of cases, because, some of those people are out of their minds. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. The royal family is a gang of shape-shifting space lizards, that kind of thing. That kind of thing. But I also understand that we would like to see somebody else take it first. And there is one person that we would most like to see take it on live television. And, oh, blimey, look at the time. I'll do it after the break. I also must do the Gavin Williamson thing. Remind me after the news.
I will, promise.
All right. I don't know. Your performance on this show is dreadful. This program is completely out of control. You're supposed to be in charge.
Oh.
This says, of course you won't read this aloud. Well, you got that right. He was right on the first sentence. Of course you won't read this aloud. It says, hiding and twisting the truth is what the mainstream media does. No! That's why people have to search for the truth. I really do think that the internet has become twisted. I mean, Tim Berners-Lee did not have this in mind when he invented the World Wide Web. What's really amazing is how gullible people are. Life isn't going as well as they wanted, so they're searching around for a reason for that. And they can't blame themselves, because where's the pleasure in that? And they can't blame luck, which is what it probably actually is. Luck. Life is a series of events that are either lucky or unlucky. And you add them all together, and you is what you've got. But how can you blame luck for anything? You can't see luck or taste it or touch it or feel it, and you can't punch it in the face. Nobody has been able to punch luck in the face.
Like to punch him in the face.
Even Donny. And so they start flailing around trying to find some reason why things aren't going well. And the most outlandish, the biggest lies are the most believable. Well, the reason that things aren't going well is because a group of shady men in suits meet in a hollowed-out volcano, or they go to Davos, or they meet in a club in Pall Mall and have carved out the world with the assistance of George Soros, whose name keeps coming up over and over again, and Bill Gates. Bill Gates! Bill! Now, as far as billionaires go, Bill Gates is one of the good ones. Why they picked on him, I don't know. Maybe it's because their computers used to crash all the time. But they don't crash much these days. So thanks, Bill. At least this tweet says, Groovy Songs tweets. What does that mean?
That's their Twitter handle.
Is it really? Oh, dear. Well, nothing good's going to come from this.
Groovy
Songs tweets. No such thing as luck. It's all fated. Oh, God. Just as I suspected. It's all fated. It's in the, it's in the stars. Yeah, no doubt. It's all fated, and Nick Abbott, spelt wrong, on LBC Radio says there is no God or heaven, when in fact Nick is 100% wrong. At LBC, at Oprah, at Sky News, at BBC News. What's Oprah got to do with this? Leave Oprah out of it. I'm 100% wrong when I say there is no God or heaven. Right. And you know that because... Echoing silence. Rose texts. Last caller going on about... Oh, this was not the last caller. This was quite some while ago. You remember one of the fantasists that called me and said, oh, well, there's a video of people pulling suitcases out from underneath the table when they were counting the votes in America. There's a video of them. Got a video we have. The last caller going on about the video of ballots being pulled out of suitcases under the table. That video was scrutinised in court, and the boxes were ballot boxes, not suitcases. Oh, my God. Now we've really uncovered a crime. People put ballots in a ballot box.
Oh, no.
But you see, believing in a conspiracy is like wrapping yourself in a warm blanket of certainty, because regardless of what comes your way, you can explain it by using the conspiracy. So if you present evidence, he says, waggling his fingers in the air to denote inverted commas, if you present evidence to the court and the court throws it out as not being evidential in any way, shape or form, then you just add them to the conspirators. The court has thrown out your very clear and obvious evidence because they're in on the conspiracy. And when Democrats say that they won because of the small detail that Joe Biden got 8 million more votes than Donald Trump, then they are obviously part of the conspiracy. And when the lamestream media say that we are reporting that Joe Biden got 8 million more votes and he won the Electoral College by a margin that Donald Trump won it by last time, and he said it was a landslide. I don't recall that Donald Trump saying last time that it was a coup, and when he won. But because the mainstream media say that, then they're part of the conspiracy, and now people from the Republican Party are saying, well, you know what, the gig's up, and you lost, Donald. So now the Republican Party are part of the conspiracy, and the FBI are part of the conspiracy, and the CIA are part of the conspiracy, and the NSA are part of the conspiracy, and there really isn't anybody that is not part of the conspiracy apart from the people that are reading this stuff and passing it on. Probably from the spare room in their parents' house. And it doesn't make them pause for a moment to think, here I am, unemployed, living with my mum at the age of 35, and I, and only I, and my close personal friends who I don't actually know, I just know their handles on the internet, only we are privy to this super secret. I mean, didn't it occur to you that, I mean, who the hell are you to know what nobody else on earth knows? You found out the secret by reading it on Facebook. But there's just no logic to it. All logic is out the window, and it's pointless arguing with them because they will just dig their heels in all the more. Because you, as somebody who is disagreeing with them, then just gets added to their list of conspirators. Plus, you get to the point where it would be too much loss of face to admit that you have been duped, and so you never will, because you'll just look like a fool. And so you invest completely in this notion that somehow from the spare bedroom in your parents' house in Chelmsford, you have uncovered a secret that the entire world is being run by shape-shifting aliens from space. Who knew, apart from you? They must think they're very, very, very special. It's just, I really don't... But, you know, that's the internet for you. It's the greatest instrument of education that has ever been invented, but it's also the greatest instrument of propaganda and misinformation that has ever been invented. But we do like the pussycat and the puppy dog videos. We do like those. Stuart texts regarding anti-vaxxers: gullible like you with your lefty snowflake, champagne sipping, quiche Lorraine eating, BBC watching. It's alarming that there's so many of them. I mean, before the internet, you would only encounter somebody like that if you'd missed your bus and you had to wait at the bus stop, in the rain, and you were both forced together because you were trying to stay dry. And they'd be mumbling on about blooming this and blooming that, and you think, oh, God, if only it wasn't raining, I'd be able to stand over the other side of the road. But they're everywhere now, and they're talking to each other.
Oh, no.
And they're reinforcing their sort of misperception of how the world works. Because the conspiracy is just so comforting. It's the explanation as to why they haven't got ahead. I mean, that's it, really. I don't hear successful business persons coming out with this kind of garbage, or people who are generally successful in their field. I mean, you get cranks and kooks like who's that American actor who keeps coming out with these dystopian videos about God put Donald Trump on this earth and only the forces of evil from people have come from hell itself to do him down. What's the name of that guy who's in Midnight Cowboy? What's the name of that guy?
Oh, I don't know. It's not Lawrence Fox.
No, it is definitely not him. No, it's a really good actor, and he does really good to camera stuff. But everything he says is There's the guy that was in Midnight Cowboy. Not Dennis. Not Dustin Hoffman. The other one. He went to the dark side, by which I mean this says America always turns their back on us. We should work more internationally. Well, I think that ship sailed and sunk. Work more internationally, as opposed to turning in on ourselves. Speaking of which, Gavin Williamson. Right, this was a sketch in the Mail. Henry Deeds, excellent work. I'll just read a bit of it for you. Doubtless you are familiar with those disaster movies in which a doomed jet plane, engines aflame, spirals towards an unforgiving ocean. Cue to the cockpit where we find our pilot poring helplessly at the controls, his teeth clenched, his eyes bulging, sweat cascading down both cheeks. This is the face of Downing Street handlers, Paul, whenever Gavin Williamson is doing the morning media rounds. You can just see them, can't you? Huddled around the office wireless as the Education Secretary hurtles downwards into another self-induced fireball. Pull up, Gav, they cry in unison. Pull up, for God's sake. Pull, So why did they allow him to go on Nick Ferrari's LBC breakfast show is anyone's guess. As students of his convivial interview technique will know, Mr. Ferrari could lure a Russian mountain leopard from its rocky lair with nothing more than a ball of wool and a few miniatures of Bailey's Irish cream. Bailey's Irish cream.
Booze.
I could do with a couple of pints of that right now, as a matter of fact. So getting Gormless Gav to make a plonker of himself was going to be a cinch, says Henry Deeds. The question which caused all the trouble was an innocuous one. Ferrari simply asked whether the reason the UK had got the Pfizer vaccine ahead of the rest of the world was, as Matt Hancock had claimed, because of Brexit. Gav paused. Over in Downing Street you could hear those nervous aides shouting responses at the radio. Say we're just grateful to have got it. Pretend the line's gone dead, you fool. Naturally, their cries went ignored. Williamson gobbled the bait like it was a juicy wriggler on the end of a hook. I just reckon, he said in that weedy voice, we've got the very best people in this country. Oh, crumbs. And we've obviously got the best medical regulators, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. Double, treble, quadruple crumbs. Williamson was smiling. Like Prince Andrew during that god-awful Newsnight interview, he seemed unaware of what a Burke he was sounding. Then, just when you thought no more diplomatic carnage could be wreaked, he added, that does not surprise me because we're a much better country than every single one of them. Dear me, what a cretin. At the Department of Education, special advisors began hooking themselves up to oxygen tanks. And it goes on. Excellent work, Henry Deeds. Oh, my God. It was priceless. If you haven't seen it yet, you've got to. Put it on your to-view list. Along with that, I don't know whether she was drunk. She certainly seemed drunk. That lady who looked like she'd just been dragged out of a late-night bar and was presented as Donald Trump's star witness beside Rudy Giuliani. I mean, she was so out of control, even Rudy Giuliani tried to get her to shut up. It won't take you long to see him, but you'll be glad that you did. Graham in Farnham says, I don't know where you find the energy to deal with these conspiracy theorists. I have one friend who bangs on about Trump and COVID being a lie. It tires me out. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who have had to draw dividing lines around subjects. Yeah, they just can't discuss certain things with certain people. I've got two people in my life who I cannot talk about politics with. And, well, one of them is my oldest friend, and we had the only like full-on row we've ever had, and it was about the B word. Oh, no. Brexit. And after that, we've never been able to discuss it again. And then there's Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
Who I can't discuss politics with at all.
Oh, right, yeah.
To the point that when we do our podcast, we have to have a safe word. She's got a safe word and I've got a safe word. In case either of us stray into dangerous territory, then we yell our safe word and then we have to immediately start talking about a prearranged subject. Previous prearranged subjects have included stationery and trees. Just anything to get our mind off it. But I think it works quite well. And the podcast that I do with Carol is a right laugh. I mean, I actually look forward to doing it every week. It's about an hour now because we yak on so much, but I do think you'll find it funny. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? And it comes out every Monday. And you will be delighted, or your money back. David texts, people worrying about a vaccine when smoking actually kills you and people still do it. That's right. Yeah, the statistics about smoking are amazing. In 2016, there were 484,700 people admitted to hospital with conditions attributable to smoking. 484,700 hospital admissions. And that was up from the previous year. And from the year before that. So the figure for hospital admissions from tobacco is going up. And in 2017, it was 484,700, which is a lot. Meanwhile, experts were predicting 25,000 hospital admissions from COVID this month, in a worst-case scenario. 25,000. And even if you multiply 25,000, the worst-case scenario, in the worst month, if you multiply that by 12 months, which would be way over the actual number because there's only been a few months that have seen that rate of admission from COVID, you would still only get about half the number admitted to hospital from COVID than from tobacco. I'm putting it into perspective for you. In 2016, there were estimated to be 77,900 deaths attributable to smoking. 77,900. This represents 16% of all deaths. Deaths for the year to the end of November from COVID was 57,600. So December would have to be as bad as the worst month that we've had for the number of deaths from COVID to be as high as those from smoking cigarettes in 1 year. See? Perspective. Too much bleeping perspective. Name that film. So, tobacco is worse than COVID, it appears, from these bald statistics. And yet there's no lockdown for cigarettes. There's no ban on shops that sell them. There's no shutdown of places that you can smoke outside of. There's no ban on socialising with smokers. There's no bar on going to a smoker's house. There's no law against travelling in a smoker's car. You can legally smoke pretty much anywhere you like. That's not someone else's property. And cigarettes are available freely in practically every other shop in the land, supermarkets, newsagents, online, you name it. And cigarettes put more people in hospital than COVID, and they kill more people than COVID. Well, the whole world's gone insane. 0345 6060 973. Here is Norway. John.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, it's, I hope you lovely show. I'm thinking about the only person on the radio I bother listening to now. You know, when my ears, I thought I've got to call in because somebody texted in and said, "Oh, well, they found all these. There's this film. It was shown in court." I thought, it's not a court. You know, it's a kind of circus that's going around ballrooms and conference rooms in hotels all around America.
Which are you talking about?
The hearings. You know, the hearings, which aren't hearings. Where Rudy Giuliani, I think now. Okay, where Rudy Giuliani, where he had to shut up his own witness.
Yes.
Was that actually in a court?
No.
Or was right? Exactly. So
it was the House of Representatives, wasn't it?
I've no idea.
It doesn't really matter, but whatever it was a delight. It was one of the funniest things I've seen all year. You should see Donald Trump's star witness. She's fantastic.
It's hilarious. So no, because what it is that, as far as I know, in Pennsylvania, they hired a hotel just outside Gettysburg.
Right.
They did the same in Arizona.
Was it the Four Seasons by any chance?
Something like that. I don't know. So yes. So what it is that because all the state legislatures are actually closed and they won't open because they haven't got any evidence. Trump's team haven't got any evidence.
No.
They've now lost 41 cases have been chucked out of court. So what they're doing to keep the fan base believing that they're still a fraud, they're more or less showing their own show trials. So they think, okay, nice ballroom here at the Holiday Inn just outside Gettysburg. We'll hire it. We'll fill it with furniture, microphones, make it look like it's a hearing. We'll call it a hearing.
Yes.
Nobody's sworn an affidavit. Nobody's given an oath. And you've more or less got Rudy Giuliani pretending that he's in some courthouse somewhere. It's all being shown on, is it One American News Network? All of these weird cable networks that no one's ever heard of.
Even more right-wing than Fox News. Yeah, that's Donald Trump's new favourite TV outlet, because even Fox News are telling the truth about him these days. Can you believe that?
No.
It's like, no, it's bonkers. It's absolutely, and I'm thinking, where do we, or what it is that if this becomes normal, where do we go next?
It has become normal. There's half the people in America have been persuaded to lose their minds.
Yeah.
And they believe, because this is the insidious nature of social media, is if you believe in something, social media will keep telling you the same thing, or keep presenting you with the same information to keep you looking at it. So if I believe that the royal family are shape-shifting lizards from space, it will keep showing me other people that believe in that, just so that I won't look away from the screen. And by that method, they have carved up the human race into two warring camps. That moon-faced creep who runs Facebook has got a lot to answer for.
As I said, that this is what, but of course, it's affecting the UK a bit. I mean, everything that we now tolerate in the UK, eventually people will just get so used to it. And once it's all bedded down and we're used to nobody resigning and everything's lies and nobody's responsible and you can't interview anybody from the government, they won't come on the proper media, then I presume we're going to have something similar to One UK News Network, which is the only place where you're going to be able to say, oh, there's another thing I've got to tell you. You know your impression of Gavin Williamson, you don't half sound like Alan Bennett.
Alan Bennett? Oh, Alan Bennett, really? That wasn't what I was going for at all.
No, but listen, next time you do your Gavin Williamson, you're going to crack up because you're going to hear yourself thinking, God, I do sound like Alan Bennett.
I see. I didn't think that Alan Bennett was quite that camp, but if you say so.
He is.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, that Trump show is all about the money, honey. I mean, people are saying that, oh, well, he's failing terribly because all of those, all of that so-called evidence keeps getting thrown out because it's not evidence of anything of any kind. And he keeps losing his court cases, and he just loses and loses and loses. But no, you're missing the point entirely. It's all about getting his rubes and duping them into sending him money. The dingalings. And they are sending him money in vast amounts. I think it's up to about $400 million. $450 million, maybe.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Well, he did this year. He did this month. This month, since the election, in a month, he's pulled in from his dingling fans about $400 million. They're sending him money, so the stated reason is that it's for our legal battle to stop America being taken over by the radical left. But any student of Donald Trump will tell you that you don't have to even look it up, that the money is going straight in his pocket. I mean, this is a guy that stole from a charity to buy a portrait of himself to put up in one of his golf clubs. And yet it's just amazing. It's particularly amazing to me the phonies that call themselves religious, who insist that Donald Trump was sent by God to save us. I mean, for crying out loud, how can you be so dumb? I think it's part of the grift. It's just part of the con. Oh, well, if God's on board, then I better write that check now. Pop it in the post. Chris in Brighton says the chief medical officer of the EU has said... What? The chief medical officer of the EU has said that the UK vaccine would not pass EU safety regulations as reported by Reuters yesterday. Total fake news. Are you suggesting that he does not know anything about science, as you foolishly accuse all skeptics of being? Of being? Do your homework before sharing your knowledge on such important subjects. I will not do my homework. I don't want to, and you can't make me. Yeah, a small point though, Chris. We're not using the British vaccine. We're using the German one. But don't let a small fact like that get in the way of your ire. Dalston, Harry.
Hi, Nick. How you doing, mate?
Good, thanks.
Nick, yeah, it was a topic that you raised probably about 10 minutes ago. It was just one regarding your comparison of the COVID death rates versus tobacco death rates.
Yeah.
I just think it's completely irresponsible.
Is it?
And not helpful at all.
Oh.
I mean, I don't understand your logic there at all. I mean, tobacco isn't. It's not contagious. You can't pass it to someone else. We've not been locked down due to tobacco. You know that full well. So I just can't really understand your reasoning behind the comparison between the two.
Were you even listening to what I was saying, or were you just in a fury and stabbing your finger at the phone?
No. You outlay your point, and then I'll outlay why it's so ridiculous.
Well, I've done that already.
No, go again.
You want me to repeat myself?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good luck with that. 0345 6060 973. My point is that we have crashed the economy. We're looking at the worst recession in the history of money. To avoid catching something that kills only 0.something% of the people that catch it. Virtually nobody under the age of 55 is affected by it in any way, shape or form. There are some, but hardly anybody. It seems an extreme reaction to something that is so relatively benign. I mean, if this was MERS or SARS and it was killing 30% of the people that got it, then I could completely understand it. But it seems like an overreaction, is what I'm saying, as opposed to tobacco, which is legally available. My point being that if the intention of the government is to save lives at all costs, then why is tobacco still on sale? It doesn't make any sense. That's my point, which isn't ridiculous. It makes a good... I'm trying to think of a way to end this sentence without using the words point or sense, because I've used them already, but I can't. So it makes sense. And I think you'll find that is accurate. I'll let him on, and you can try and rubbish my argument, Harry.
Well, I mean,
that is indeed your name.
Okay, yeah, well, it is completely right. So back to your point. I mean, look, if the death rate is 99%, if it is,
it's not. It's not though.
What is it?
The death rate's 99%. I don't think so.
My apologies. So what is the death rate?
The people that catch it, I think it's 0. So I can't remember what the point is, but it's 0 point something. Let's say 7 or 9 or.
Right. Okay. So let's say
let's round it up, because you know what's a couple of yeah. Why not?
Well, for the sake of the 1%, right? That if they do catch it, they'll die. So take, for instance, people that are very ill with cancer, right? If right, for the sake of that 1%, we have to just stay indoors or just not come into contact with other people for the sake of a couple of months until the vaccine comes about.
Couple of months? I don't know where you've been living for the past year. This has been going on since spring.
Well, I mean, from now, Nick. So, I mean...
From now? It doesn't start now. It started in spring. It actually started in February.
Yeah, I know that very well.
So it's going to be at least a year.
Well, so be it.
And so be it. That's a bit casual, Harry, because the financial consequences with everything that goes with that are going to be felt for decades.
Well, so be it. If it's for the sake of...
So be it. That's just a very casual way of talking about the destruction of everything that we hold dear. There are deaths caused by lockdown. You alighted on cancer, which was probably a mistake on your part, because there have been and will be more cancer deaths caused by the lockdown, caused by people's inability to access the treatment that they needed, than would have been the case ordinarily. I can't remember who it was. It was like the Office for National Statistics or one of those government bodies that suggested that for every 3 deaths from COVID, 2 deaths will have been caused by 2 extra deaths will have been caused by the lockdown. So it doesn't just cause one set of statistics to diminish the lockdown. It doesn't just save lives. It actually takes lives as well.
Nick, you're like LBC's Mike Graham. Like, you're censoring everything I'm trying to say back to your point. You won't answer to. You'll put me on mute. And I sense that this is the case with a lot of your listeners. For the sake of the 1%, right? And I know
we ruin the lives of 99%.
Right, do we? So waiting for the vaccine, we ruin the lives of the 99%.
What do you do for a living?
What do I do for a living?
Yeah,
I work in care.
You work in care. Okay, so your position is secure.
My position is secure.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? I mean
you're not going to go out of business.
Well, I don't run a business, funnily enough.
Or you're not going to get fired because the company that you work for goes out of business.
No, but I think
Right, okay, well, how about the people that are being fired because their companies have gone out of business? People who spent their entire lives building up businesses through generations to get to the position that they are, to a comfortable life, a completely viable business that they're running that has just been snuffed out because of the overreaction of the government to this invisible menace.
So sorry, Nick. What I'll be really interested to hear. So what's your alternative then? This is what I'm really interested in. Is that you let the virus run wild? The NHS gets completely on its floor because there's so much pressure going into it. And then do you think that's good for the economy in the long run?
Harry, we keep hearing that the NHS is being overrun. There are fewer people in hospital beds in the NHS now than there were at this time last year.
Yeah, but why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
Will you tell me?
No,
why do I think that is?
Because, go on, tell me. Why do you think it is?
Well,
don't put it back onto me to give yourself time to think. Ask yourself, why do you think it is? And then answer that question. Why do you think that there's more capacity in hospitals now?
No. I didn't say that there was capacity. The capacity is the same.
And do you remember I work in care? Yeah.
Well, that doesn't give you expert. That doesn't make you an expert on anything.
Well, when was the last time you went to a hospital? And if I told you that the last time I went to a hospital was yesterday evening, I'd love to know the last time you went in and saw all the empty hospital beds. One
of my best friends runs the A&E department across one of the biggest trusts in London.
What department's that?
Which department is A&E? Are you kidding?
No.
You work in care? Oh, painful. I can't stand it anymore, Harry. It's excruciating. The point I'm making is that does it not seem like an overreaction to shut down the entire economy with all of the consequences of that, the trillions that we now have in debt, the millions of people that are unemployed, the hundreds of thousands of businesses that have been snuffed out, when at the same time something that kills more people is legally available to buy where they sell sweets? I'm just saying it seems like a contradiction, doesn't it?
We're running late.
News just in. Where did you get this from?
Yes.
What are you listening to?
I was watching a video that somebody sent in.
Oh my God! This news just in. Where did you get this? Most research places.
That is on fullfacts.com.
Oh right, fake news. Most research places the virus's infection fatality rate are between 0.5 and 1%. Right. Yeah, that coincides with what I've heard previously. 0.5 and 1%. And to save the lives of people mostly over the age of 65, actually in that category, mostly over the age of 80, between 0.5 and 1% of those lives of people that would, in most cases, die of something else within a year anyway, we have caused the ruination of this once great nation. And we've taken away people's personal freedoms in a power grab, the likes of which we've never seen in this country. I mean, this isn't nothing. What we're experiencing at the moment is not nothing. It is a bizarre set of situations that we find ourselves in for the stated reason to save lives. I'm just saying it's ironic, at the very least, that tobacco is still on sale, yet it kills in a year more people than COVID has this year so far. And that if you'd come at it from a very twisted point of view to argue with that. Is it not ironic that in order to save more lives than have died from coronavirus, all the government would have to do is to ban the sale of tobacco. But they don't, because the stated reason is they don't want to interfere with your personal freedom. Wow. How's that going, by the way? Charlie in Christchurch says, please play the hello jingle. Which one?
Hello.
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 Which one? I think I've covered it all. Let's have Sutton. Hello, Liz. Liz.
Oh, hello, Nick. At last I've got through to you.
Are you with me, Liz?
Oh, Nick, the last time I spoke to you, you were deciding whether you wanted to go to Buda or Pest. Did you eventually go?
No, I did not, because you're not allowed to leave the country.
Yeah, but that was years ago.
And if you leave, you're not allowed to come back in again. Or you have to go into solitary confinement for ever and a day.
Oh, darling, what I actually phoned in was I totally agree that this vaccine should be tried on our politicians first.
Yes, absolutely.
If they survive without any side effects, then we know we'll be okay.
Right. Well, I suppose so. You can be more certain that you'll be okay. How about it, Boris?
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, I do have detailed files on that because that's what the public wants to see. They want to see him get it first.
And I totally agree with this whole confusing thing about, year before last, 30,000 people died from the flu, and nothing was mentioned.
Yeah. It's curious, isn't it? We didn't change our lives. The flu vaccine was not taken up by everybody.
Exactly.
People just ignored it. They just got on with their lives and just carried on as usual. It seems like it's the biggest overreaction to anything in history.
I don't understand what's going on, but what I do know is a lot of people are making a lot of money.
That is absolutely true. Yeah, now it starts to sound like we're delving into conspiracy theory territory, but it is indisputable.
I don't believe that for a moment.
It's indisputable that a lot of people who had no business making money out of this have become stratospherically rich.
Exactly.
With our money.
There's something dodgy going on behind all this. Come on, Nick. I'm going to be 82. I'm full of the joys of life. I'm healthy, and I can't live.
Right.
Why are they stopping me living when I am, let's face it, in God's waiting room? But I'm full of the joys of life. I used to be a ballroom dancer, and we would dance, 3 or 4 times a week between 1:30 and 4:30, non-stop.
Really? Why non-stop?
And suddenly it's taken away from us.
Yes, exactly. I mean, here's what happens when you're waiting for your life to begin. Your life. This is it, people. I couldn't agree more.
I want to have on my coffin, I died from living a full life.
Yeah.
No, that can't happen. It's driving all my dancing friends potty.
Yeah, well...
And it's not fair because many people in their 70s and 80s are in perfectly good health. And yet my government is telling me, oh, no, my little dear, at your age, oh, dear, you at death's door. No, I'm not ready to accept that.
They're going further than that. They're taking on board powers that have never been accorded to a government. Even the Tory backbenchers, even people on their own side are chafing against these new rules and regulations. Holy moly, there's even the police going into pubs, checking what you've got on your plate to see whether they're going to fine you or not for drinking without a meal. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous.
So you got to have your Scotch egg and chips, or no good?
It depends on who you talk to. And it depends on what time of the day you talk to the person in charge, because Michael Gove changed his mind about the issue of Scotch eggs twice in one morning. If you talked to him at 9 o'clock, then yes, it'd have been okay. You talked to him at 11, and suddenly, oh no, it isn't.
Gormless Gove, oh God, with a knife in his hand. Who is he going to stab next? In the chest, never mind the back.
Yes. Well, you may think that, Liz. I couldn't possibly comment. But I do wish you all the best.
Oh, thank you, Nick. It was lovely talking to you.
And you.
Night.
What a nice lady. Ballroom dancing. Hey, I'll try dancing to that. I double dare you. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, there is that story about the public asked to express a preference, did want Boris Johnson to have that injection first. I'm running out of time. Maybe I'll have to do that bit tomorrow. I'll do that bit tomorrow. Wembley.
Hello.
Shahan.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, sir.
Hello. So I was listening to when Charlie was talking, and he was saying that it doesn't make a difference whether we if we lock the 99% of the people away because of the 1%. I mean, it does make a huge difference because I come from a working. I work on a daily wage, and for me, I have to work daily basically to make a living. And I finished university last year, and I started working in October last year. Soon after, obviously, New Year, the whole Corona had started, and then in March we were going into lockdown. And then that's how I lost my job. I was made redundant because the company had lost their budget. There was no deliveries coming, and there was a lot of stuff going on, obviously, because of the Corona. And yeah, I mean, I had to lose my job, and I was just I'm still without a job. I'm at home trying to find something, working every day on Uber now to make a living. So for people to say, oh, it's all right to just sit at home and just look outside the window and not do anything, I think it might be okay for them because they've got secure jobs, but for people like us, it's not.
Yeah, the people that are making a noise about this is the right thing, and it's all sensible, and we must continue to do this. And in fact, there's not enough restrictions. We need more restrictions. Those are the people that are comfortable working from home. They've got a nice white collar middle class job that they can just fire up the computer on their kitchen table, and they don't have to go to work. Or they're people that are doing the kind of business which is, like. Jeff Bezos, for instance, who must wake up laughing. He's making so much money. There's some people that are making a ton of money, and to those people, this all makes perfect sense. To the people that have lost their businesses, who are desperately trying to keep their the businesses that they've nurtured from the start going, and finding it impossible to do that, it must be absolutely heartbreaking. For people that have studied to do something that used to have great value, that is now valueless, like being a musician, or an actor, or a decorator for the sets in theatres and all of that stuff.
Yeah, no, they can't do any of that. They're standstill. Everyone is on standstill, apart from just a couple of industries that are still running.
Yeah.
Everyone else is on standstill. No one is working. Nobody can work. And bearing in mind when he was talking about NHS that they have a lot of capacity. I don't think they have a lot of capacity. The patients that they had before, they're not even treating them. My mom had an infection before Corona, and she was given an appointment around March time.
I'm going to have to cut it. I know. Me, and everybody else knows somebody who is in that position, if not those persons themselves. Yes, it's not saving the NHS. They switched the NHS off. But that's all the time we got at the moment. We'll pick this up for tomorrow. I must do that giving Boris Johnson the vaccine thing. Remind me, please promise me you'll do that.
They call them dumps, big, massive dumps all over.
Somebody should totally look at that, Donny. Look at it very strongly and with great strength. You could get that drunk lady that it looks like you pulled her out of a bar and through a hedge. Do you know how many people voted? It was 120%. I thought it with all of my eyes. She was great. You've seen that video yet? It's a hoot. Speaking of hoots, did you hear the bad news about the bird flu? Unless I am hallucinating, Zora Suleiman, our excellent newsreader, said that somebody from the Farmers Union said that someone should, about the bird flu, he said, setting it up again, so somebody should take swift action. Get it? So the Brexit trade talks are set to continue tomorrow in Brussels with the UK and the EU admitting that there are significant differences still remaining. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Oh, it's so boring. How can they stand it? This is what those people do for a living. Ugh. Boris Johnson and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen vowed that further efforts should be undertaken by negotiators to come to an agreement. Hey, Mrs. M, they're doing negotiations. How you doing, Mrs. M? Haven't heard from you for a while. You want to kick off your comedy clown shoes? Put your feet up. Relax, you deserve it. Johnson and von der Leyen released a joint statement. Boris Johnson said...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And von der Leyen said... The statement said in a phone call today on the ongoing negotiations between the European Union and the United Kingdom, we welcome the fact that progress had been achieved in many areas. Oh, yeah? Where? We don't see it. Nevertheless, significant differences remain on three critical issues: a level playing field. Oh, by the way, hey, Millwall. Are you out of your minds? They said significant differences remain on three critical issues: a level playing field, governance and fisheries. Oh, for crying out loud. Are we still going on about that blooming fish? Nobody cares about the fish. They just don't. It's not about the fish. Whilst recognising the seriousness of these differences, we agreed that a further effort should be undertaken by our negotiating teams to assess whether they can be resolved. What's going on my screen over here? Seriously, are you affecting my screen? Stop interfering with my business. Put it back, like it was before. It's flashing over here like I'm sitting in a disco. Just make it stop. There. Now behave. Don't worry, I'm a professional and I will rise above it. The statement said, we are therefore instructing our chief negotiators to reconvene tomorrow in Brussels. Oh, Brussels, what a fascinating and interesting city that is.
Boring!
Couldn't be more dull. They got a square that's nice, and that's it. Unless it's changed in the 20 years since I was there last. It probably has, a little bit. They do chocolates and beer.
Booze.
Can you imagine the stultifying boredom of being one of those negotiators, the excruciating tedium, the stodgy food eaten at a boardroom table, the fusty air in that room, the unwashed smalls.
Disgusting.
Crack a window, it stinks in here. Rachel Reeves, Labour's Shadow Minister for the Cabinet Office, has said the British people were promised a deal, and with time running out, we urge both sides to get on with reaching an agreement. Yeah, we knew what we voted for. We voted for a deal, or not a deal, or some combination of the above. I don't know, whatever was written on the side of the bus. Penge, I think it said. Rachel Reeves, Labour's Shadow Minister for the Cabinet Office, said, is that an actual job? Said, we can then focus on the job at hand, which is securing the economy and rebuilding our country from the pandemic. I think she means plandemic. Wake up, sheeple. I wonder if any of those people are going to call me tonight. There were so many of them last night. For about 3 hours. A close ally of the French President Emmanuel Macron said he would veto any trade deal that went against French interests, which made British gammons' faces explode with fury. poor, they said. But that's exactly what we've been saying for the last 4 years. We have been threatening to do just that, to veto any deal that went against our British interests. But that's okay that we say it. But if the French say it, oh my God, it's World War III. Anyway, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. In other news, you should really, really care, because the UK was warned this week that it faces a double whammy of one of the worst coronavirus hits of any major economy, and businesses on top of that have ridden out the crisis are going to be hammered by a failure of EU trade talks.
Oh no!
Yes. If it fails, we will be facing a double whammy, which is double one whammy. I think you'll find that is mathematically accurate. The latest outlook from the Office for the... No, not Office, nothing. The OECD, the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development. God, can you imagine being a receptionist there? Can you imagine being a receptionist there?
How may I help you?
How may I help you? This is the Organisation for the Economic Cooperation and Development. How may I help you?
What number are you calling from?
Oh, gee. I mean, you'd throw yourself out the window after about the 10th call. You put it on automatic. Just leave a message and we'll get back to you. Anyway, the latest outlook from the Organisation for the Economic Cooperation and Development suggests Britain will be affected more dramatically than most other countries. You know which other country is going to be worse than us, affected worse than us? It's going to have a worse effect than we have from this current malaise. Guess. Go on. Guess. I double dare you. Come on. Oh, time's up. Argentina. The only place on earth that is going to be affected more negatively about everything that is going on here is Argentina. What? Wherever that is. The international body, the OECD, has downgraded its forecast for a swathe of countries, and whenever you hear the word swathe, you know it's bad news. Sunshine never shone over a swathe of the country, ever. According to the OECD, the UK is now facing a 11.2% dump. No. They are doing no such thing. It's not a dump. Believe me.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps all over.
Nobody has ever seen such a big, massive dump as an 11.2% slump in GDP. Far worse than the 3.7% fall in the US. Holy moly, America is doing better than we are, and they've got you-know-who as the you-know-what.
A president! Can you believe it?
That's the, yeah. 3.7% fall in America, 11.2% fall here. Wow. I am stunned. But apparently America has been saved by the tech sector. That's the moon-faced creep who runs Facebook. And those blokes with the spaceship fetish. Just what is it about the shape of a rocket that excites them so much? Separately, the Treasury's OBR, oh my goodness, so many acronyms. The OBR, the Office for Budget Responsibility, I betcha. The Office for Budget Responsibility. Can you imagine if the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development was having a meeting with the Office for Budget Responsibility? They put one of those signs outside the hotel conference room, but it would have to be in widescreen. Anyway, the Office for Budget Responsibility watchdog, it's a watchdog. They said that the collapse of the Brexit trade talks would hammer sectors that have so far proved resilient to the pandemic. What, like what? What sector has proved resilient to the pandemic? There ain't one. Anyway, if you can find one, it will get hammered by it, by the collapse of Brexit trade talks. But that's just the sort of traitorous talk that you would expect from a loony, snowflake, communist bunch of radical lefties like the Office for Budget Responsibility. The grim picture underlies the woes facing the economy as it wrestles with coronavirus and fundamental shifts in trading terms. You know, but at least we've got a bloke who people voted for because he was that funny chap off the telly. So what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Meanwhile, Brexit talks appear to be deadlocked, with wrangling over blooming fish and level playing field provisions. And, you know, the fish thing isn't about fish. It's about flag-waving Britannia rules the waves, phony nostalgia nonsense. And the level playing fields all seem perfectly reasonable to anyone who's not wrapping themselves in the Union Jack in a patriotism contest. Of course, we must adhere to the standards of a place we're trying to sell to. I mean, I couldn't decide to make toys out of asbestos and lead and insist that the EU takes them because I am a sovereign person. It's all just such nonsense. We can sell what we want elsewhere. What's the big to-do? We've got standards that people must meet to sell stuff here. They've got standards for people to meet to sell stuff there. What are we whining about so much?
Stop whining.
From yesterday, Robin Peterborough says, how can we be sure if our current administration takes the vaccine and suffers from any side effects? Will we be able to notice the difference? No, probably not.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, this is him before he's taken the vaccine.
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it. Here is Weybridge. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, Nick. Good
Jennifer.
evening.
Yes, Jennifer.
Well, I care about British fish
No, you don't.
caught by British fishermen.
No, you don't.
Right. How do I know where the fish I'm eating
comes from? Because it says there on the front of the packet.
No, it doesn't. Right. I bought it in Waitrose. It didn't have a packet. I bought it supposedly fresh.
Oh.
Right.
What,
Has that
wet?
been caught in our British
ice?
waters?
No, probably not. Depends on what fish it was. What fish was it?
Right. It was bream.
Bream?
You see, I understand that the Mediterranean countries
no
like bream.
such thing as bream. You're making it up.
Bream?
You mean bread?
No, bream. B-R-E-A-M. See, bream.
Bream. Yeah.
I don't think you're quite with me, Nick.
No, I most certainly am not.
Right, concentrate.
I'm trying pretty
trying
hard.
to eat sea bream.
Yes.
Well, I've eaten it. But
You've eaten it already? Oh,
yes,
my God.
Too late.
Yes.
However, I need to know, where does it come from? Is it British bream? Was it caught by British fishermen?
Yeah.
Or is it part of a foreign quota?
Ugh. Well, did you ask the fish person behind the counter?
Never occurred to me then.
Right. Well, you've got to make notes before you head out. Ask
Well,
fish
exactly.
person where their wares come from.
Yes, but I feel I want to support British fishermen. I want to eat our British fish.
Yeah, but you don't,
How
though.
do I know if it's our fish?
Right, I'll tell you how. Would you like to
Yes.
know? If it doesn't taste very nice, it's British fish. And I think you'll find that is correct.
Correct.
Oh, right. Even if you cook it as
No.
Keith Floyd did.
Don't cook it because it'll stink the place up. British fish is kippers and...
Oh, don't be daft.
It is.
What, and sardines and mackerel?
Mackerel is exactly what we catch. Mackerel is what we catch around these parts. You like tasteless fish, right?
No.
Yeah, cod
hang on a minute.
cod
Yes,
and
you're
haddock.
right.
Yeah, see?
Because it's got lots of fennel and parsley and wine and everything, and
Right.
it was gorgeous.
Yeah, you just like a bit of tasteless flesh that you can squirt some unctuous juice all over it.
That's a very interesting thought.
Yeah.
However, where do you think it comes from, the bream? Where do you think it was caught? How do I find out?
You could ask it politely.
Right.
Where are you from?
I think I'll have to go to the MD, chairman of Waitrose.
Yeah, that'll work. Mm.
Yes, okay.
Pop him a little letter in the post.
Yeah, no, I haven't got time for that.
Where's your bream from, mate?
Well, I'm having the sea bass next week.
Oh, blimey, you are really pushing the boat out, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to have fish every night from now on to support I thought, are British fishermen.
Support Norwegian fishermen, yeah.
Well, that's what's concerning me.
Well, it should do. It's very unpatriotic of you, Jennifer, to eat foreign fish.
What?
Because it comes over here.
Well, that's exactly what my concern is, Nick.
But the thing with fish is that there's no such thing as British fish. They swim here and there.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, they come from all over.
Yes.
Look at a fish's passport. It's got stamps from everywhere on it.
Yes, but who caught it? Who does it belong to?
It belongs to you now, completely. Believe me, now you've eaten it, nobody wants it back.
I want to
Trust me on that.
It's part of our British quota.
Right. But we sold all our British quota. That's the big problem with this whole fish issue, is that we sold all of our rights to yank fish out of the seas around these parts. You can't sell something and insist that you still retain it.
Do you mean we catch fish and then it belongs to someone else?
No, we don't catch fish because we sold the rights to catch that fish to someone else.
Oh, and somebody else caught it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was probably a bloke called Lunt or Francois or...
Right, I'm going to have to think about this seriously before I have fish again.
Yeah, or you could regurgitate what you've already eaten.
No, don't be stupid.
Sorry. All right. Thanks a lot, Jennifer. All right. Will do. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Joe emails, do the Boris Johnson vaccine thing or else. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. East Yorkshire. Hello, Beverly. I mean, in Beverly. Hello, Mike.
Can I talk in a very full voice if I'm Beverly?
No, don't.
Well, firstly, just a quick correction. When you said nobody cares about fish, Farage, the Brexiters and Macron care about fish.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Other than that, they do, because it's a tool for them. They can use it as propaganda.
Exactly. They don't care about fish. It's just fun and games.
But the other thing was, I was listening to you last night talking about the internet and the moon-faced creep, etc.
Yes.
I had a good think about it, which is usually enlightening thinking about what you say, and sometimes a bit dangerous, I suppose. But what struck me was that before the internet and Facebook, the people in the population of below 100 IQ would usually be the least educated and usually the less wealthy. And the only way you could get that sort of information was to buy books. And they mostly didn't buy books. So it wasn't really accessible to them, all this sort of QAnon stuff. Whereas now, everyone's got access to the internet. So all of a sudden, this is an open market for all these people to exploit.
Yes.
Which wasn't there before.
Every stupid idiot has access to all of the misinformation that's on the internet.
I love the poorly educated.
And then that happens.
And it struck me that that's about the time when this sort of problem started to occur, when everybody got the internet and got access to it, when previously they hadn't.
Yeah. Precisely. If you needed information of any kind, even if it was wrong information, you had to put your hat, coat, scarf and gloves on, go down to the bus stop and wait in the rain for a bus to come. And you never knew when it was going to come because the bus timetable on the pole, in that little sort of glass case on the pole there, it would have faded in the sunlight and then drooped down. So you couldn't see when the bus was coming, or if it was coming. And then eventually, after about 3 hours wait, seeing 6 buses go in the opposite direction, doesn't that always happen? You get to the library and realise when you got there that it's Wednesday and it's shut in the afternoon. So you'd have to do the reverse thing and go all the way back home and do the same journey the following day, and you'd get there and you go to a microfiche. You remember those?
So I can conclude from what you just said then that you think that lazy people are more influenced by QAnon, etc.
The perpetually gullible appear to be... don't make me repeat my entire argument from yesterday. If you want to hear my argument about all of that stuff, then listen to The Whole Show podcast, which is The Whole Show in a podcast. You get it where you get good podcasts. Nick Abbott, The Whole Show. Yesterday's show was a hoot and a half.
It was. Brilliant. Okay, Nick.
That's
thing.
It? One more thing.
What's your solution to the Facebook problem then? Have you got any ideas?
I think the basic business model is antisocial, which is putting it mildly. I think it's really alarming what's happening with Facebook and social media in general, because people used to get information from all sources. You would read a newspaper, and it wasn't just one thought about any issue. It would be, because many people write for a newspaper, and it might have a direction of travel, but they're not all the writers think exactly alike. But if you just get your news from Facebook or some other social media site, then you will be just seeing people who all think precisely the same, because that is what it keeps feeding you. And I think that's that's dangerous, because I hear it on this show all the time. People call in and say, well, everybody I know thinks. That's because they only communicate with people that have been introduced to them by social media, who think, for the reason that they think exactly like them. If I think that the moon landing was a fake, and that's what I type into Facebook, then it's what do you call it? What do you call the thing with the computer, with the thing that makes it sound?
Not sure.
It's a funny word. Anyway,
algorithms.
Algorithms is the right answer.
Affirmative.
The algorithms make it so that you only see that information, because it wants you to keep looking at the screen, because that's where the ads are. So it's insidious.
Which is exploitative. But last thing, Nick, quick. You've coughed.
I thought the last thing was the last thing.
You have coughed 4 times tonight since you've been on. Are you all right?
Have I?
Yeah. 5.
All right. Keep calm, Mike. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I'm fine. What's the number for 999? Have an ambulance on standby. I think part of my problem is that I've had less exercise this year than any other year in my adult life. And I know that the gyms have been open this week, but it's going to be so hard to rouse myself to go back in there now. Plus, I won't be able to squeeze into any of my costumes. Oh, that was the wrong one. So close. Wanstead. Hello, Sophie.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, mate.
I know you've probably heard of you have heard of the birds that are going to be locked up, the ones that are captive.
Locked up? I think they're going to execute them, aren't they?
No, they're going to be locked up from the middle of December because of this bird flu.
Right. Well, why should they get a pass? Everybody else has been locked down.
Well, they're probably the only ones who are going to be grateful, because they won't end up on someone's table if they're in tier 3.
I don't think that necessarily means that their future is bright. I think they're all probably at the very best, they're all going to end up with their legs sticking up in the air in a giant pit.
The thing is, why would you want to eat a bird that's been pumped up with hormones and reared just for Christmas, just to satisfy
and then
your sort of...
And then riddled with a disease. It spent its entire life standing up to its knees in bird poop. Do they have knees?
Exactly.
Do they? Do they have knees?
I don't know, actually,
Right.
but I have spent some time on a farm on a school trip, and I've seen them sit in the proverbial, you-know-what.
Right, well, I'm glad you called, because you sound like an expert. You once went to a farm on a school trip. Wow, please tell me more.
It was beautiful. It was amazing. It was in Devon.
It was beautiful, amazing in Devon.
But being a vegetarian on the farm, it was quite difficult for me,
Right.
but the children had an amazing time.
Yeah.
But the other thing is the rules. I may be a fugitive from the 17th of December, Nick.
What do you mean?
So potentially I could be breaking the law, having observed lockdown so well all year. So I was due to meet 2 friends for dinner on the 17th, and when I rang up to change the booking to one more friend, she asked me if we were in the same bubble.
Right.
And I said, no. And then I said, yes, in Patsy. I didn't realise.
No, yes.
Now, the thing is, I've told them to work it out themselves. They're all from the Caribbean. And I said, I'll pretend to be your nanny and you can pretend to be relatives.
Right.
But I didn't know. I absolutely didn't know.
Right,
now,
so what tier are you in?
I'm in London, so tier 2.
What tier are you in? I'm in London. Yeah, there's lots of tiers in London, no doubt about that. Every day and every way, it's a tierier and tierier. In London, right, well, I'll explain it to you. Tier 2 at the moment, as far as pubs and restaurants go. Pubs can only open if people can be served substantial meals, as Michael Gove weirdly pronounces it, substantial meals. No household mixing indoors. You hearing that?
Now, the thing is, I don't understand. Why
there's a loophole. There's a loophole. There's a loophole.
Go on.
All you have to do is say it's a business meeting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, then you can do whatever you like. It's true.
One of them works in a school like me, so maybe we could pull that off.
Yeah.
But the other
have a bit of business. Why not?
The other thing is, why is it okay for me to mix with 1,200 students and I cannot sit with 3 friends?
Yeah, a bunch of snotty kids, absolutely riddled with disease. That's just fine, yeah. No, it doesn't make no sense to me. Pubs can only open if people can be served a substantial meal. No household mixing indoors except for business meetings. So you're going to have a business meeting.
No, but this is the paradoxical thing. Someone could eat a substantial meal quickly or eat a Scotch egg, take 2 hours eating a Scotch egg. I don't understand.
They could lick it.
Down
They could put it on the end of a... See, they could. They could stick a like a wooden spike in it and lick it like a lolly.
Exactly. So I just don't understand this. And the other thing is, I hate to break it to everyone, but when you're sitting on an upholstered chair, they can't wipe that down.
No, they can't. No.
So what are we to do?
Can you imagine? Well, hover over it would be my best suggestion. Don't touch any part of your person on a fabric seat.
I think the hovering is just for public loos, Nick.
Is it? Right. Okay. That's a little bit too much information, Sophie, but I wish you all the best on your business meeting. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, the business persons get a pass, just as they do with the quarantine. Business meetings are an exception. Groups of up to 6 outside. Last order's 10 p.m. Venues closed by 11 p.m. In very high tier 3, hospitality becomes hostility. Everything is closed except sales by takeaway, click and collect, and drive-through and delivery. Other than that, you get nothing. It don't make no sense to me. None of it makes any sense to me, and I bet it doesn't make any sense to the people that came up with these blooming rules in the first place. Pub goers are using a secret code, apparently, to keep drinking by leaving a small amount of food on their plate so landlords can claim that they're still eating to avoid COVID restrictions. See? That is British exceptionalism, that is. Present us with a problem, and as long as there's booze involved, we'll find a way around it. Customers have flooded social media with claims that pub owners are telling them to leave some of their meals so that they can carry on drinking. Well, if you were a publican, you'd be doing that too. I mean, what they had to go through this year, I mean, I know that they're not alone, and the list of people that I feel sorry for grows longer every day. But publicans, the amount of money they've spent on trying to make their place COVID secure, you know, they've gone through all of these hoops, all of these regulations. They've got plastic screens up. I bet they even gave their toilets a once-over. Some Twitter users said the action was expected to, given Boris Johnson's latest rules, which mean that diners under Tier 2 restrictions in England are not allowed to linger or order more booze after their food is finished. I mean, really, when they came up with these rules, did they not think about that for 2 seconds? If this rule is broken, then landlords are expected to ask their customers to leave. If you finish your food, you've got to leave. Or face hefty fines for breaching the government's COVID-19 regulations. One tweeted, I know somebody who owns a pub, and all he was doing before lockdown and presumably after it was saying to his regulars, just buy a plate of food, leave a few chips on your plate, and we won't enter your table. As long as your bill has food on it, we'll serve you all night, he said. And there's one small problem about that. No one in the history of eating has ever left a few chips on a plate.
Correct.
It's physically impossible for one person, let alone a table of people, to leave chips on a plate. That's because chips have drugs in them. I think you'll find that that's correct. Fried potatoes release a chemical that is akin to heroin in the brain. Once you start, you just can't stop. Think of it, crisps. You can't resist them, can you? I just said crisps and you want some right now. You can't say no. Nobody ever stole mashed potato from somebody else's plate. But you'll help yourself to someone else's chips, even if they're sitting on a different table. That's because fried potatoes contain drugs. I don't know if that's true, but even if it isn't, it doesn't mean that it's not a fact. One social media user wrote, I went to a pub in Tier 2 with mates on Wednesday. It was full. We had food. The landlord told us we can stay and drink for as long as we like. We kept our plates in front of us. They just took away the empty glasses. These guys need money, he said. Rules will be broken. One wrote, pub is letting me drink until I can't... This is great. The pub's letting me drink until I can't see, as long as I keep my empty plate on the table. Pint 5 with my sandwich is a go. Drink until I can't see. Priceless. That is the British attitude to alcohol right there in a roasted nutshell. Here's a good one. One pub landlord renamed an ale Substantial Meal in a bid to get around the new restrictions. He may have been joking. I'll have a couple of pints of Substantial Meal, please. Tier 2 pubs can only serve alcohol if bought with a substantial meal. Those are the rules, and the rules must be obeyed. This means that drink-led pubs, or wet pubs, as they are disgustingly called, it leaves them weighing up whether it's even commercially viable to open or not. And something like a quarter of the pubs that shut have reopened under these restrictions. They're just looking at themselves thinking, well, what's the point? And a substantial meal is defined by the government as a full breakfast, main lunchtime or evening meal. So that would be 2 pints and 2 pasties, please. No, apparently. Communities Secretary Robert Jenrick said a pasty on its own doesn't count, but when served with chips and a salad, it does. Chips and a salad? Salad? Would you order a salad from a place that's described as a wet pub?
No.
No. No, and you'd wipe your shoes on the way out. When asked how long drinkers can stay in a pub after purchasing food, the Prime Minister's spokesmodel said, we've been clear. Good one. This to start the sentence like, we've been clear. Yeah, right. We've been clear that in Tier 2, I believe that you need to have a substantial meal if ordering any alcohol. But you can't say, we've been clear that, and then say, I believe. You got to pick one. We've been clear that in Tier 2, I believe that you need to have a substantial meal if ordering any alcohol, and it remains the case that the guidance says that once the meal is finished, it is at that point. Wow, that's the worst sentence that's ever been uttered in the English language. They go to school to learn this stuff. Shall I repeat that?
No.
All right, then. And so we get to now. When one miscreant posted, I was in a pub last night, we ordered our food and then just kept ordering more drink. We just made sure that there were a few bites of burger left on the plate. No one tried to clear the table. almost everybody else was doing the same thing. And that is what it means to be British. Because when booze comes into it, nothing stands in our way. You bet it doesn't. That is British exceptionalism right there on a plate. Makes you proud. It's what gave us the bouncing bomb. It's what enabled us to crack the Enigma code. When the chips are down, we come up with a plan. And Gavin Williams said, well, I just reckon we've got the best plans and the best planners, much better than the French, much better than the Germans have, much better than the Americans have, and everyone else we fought the war with. We've got much better planners than them because they're stupid and they smell, said the Secretary of State for Education. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Dagenham, hello, Pat.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Pat.
No, what happened years and years ago, Ted Heath, when he was Prime Minister, he wanted us to join the common market, so he sold all our fishing industry.
I don't think that's true.
That was on LBC today.
Who said that?
Can't remember.
Oh, well, it came from a reliable source then.
Very. It sounded very positive,
right.
So...
See, I thought, now I'm no expert on this or anything else for that matter, but I thought that it was our fisher persons who had the quotas and then they sold them to much bigger outfits in places like Norway and Spain and places like that. And I think partly because the Norwegian government and the government of France perhaps invested in those fishing industries and bought them and allowed them or helped them to buy bigger boats with which the small British boats could not compete. And so the British thought, well, we're not making any money here, so we'll sell them for a short-term profit, which is about as British as you can get. And then we're demanding that, despite the fact that we sold them, we want them back now.
Oh.
Now,
is there an answer?
I just find it a bit comical that right-wingers are so obsessed now with British fish, whereas they have, up to this point, shown zero interest in the fishing industry. Not one iota. I bet that the right-wingers that are banging on about fish right now could not point to Grimsby on a map. I double dare you, can't do it.
I think you're right. But the trouble is, we don't want the old French boats coming in to the British waters. Of course, they use big...
nets.
No. I can't remember. They trawl. They trawl the ocean with boats. Destroy all the flora, everything in its path.
What about the fauna?
And the fauna, yeah. And the fauna.
Yeah, well, all that is very important, and that's partly that's part of that fisheries policy. The agreement is to maintain fish stocks, which is really, really important. What they do other than that, I really don't know. They don't want to. I think isn't it catching mollusks, bivalves, by scraping chains across the bottom of the.
Probably.
The water. Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
They can only do that at a certain time of year.
Yeah, perhaps. But it's just too dull. I can't be doing it.
It's called factory boats.
Is it?
And they're big, and everything is done on the boat.
Yeah. Well, that's what you want, really, isn't it? You want the boat. Well, you do. Oh, well, yes, you do. You want
everything in the sea.
Yeah, well, they don't want to do that, but you want the stuff caught on the boat to be processed on the boat and then frozen, and then it's fresh. It's true, isn't it? It's weird that frozen fish is probably fresher than fresh fish.
Allow anyone to fish in our waters. French, whatever, British say, go away. This is going to be an area that is under protection.
The problem with that, though, Pat, is that we don't like the fish that we catch around these parts. We sell it to Europe. And if we get into a fight with Europe about fish, they might decide not to buy our fish anymore, and then we'll be really up the.
Where does cod come from?
Up a creek without the paddle. I think it comes from Iceland and up parts up north, Norway, places like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we could make a nice deal with them, and have that as a protected area. They're never going to sort this fish thing out. Never.
Yeah, they will.
Do you think?
It's not about fish. The government doesn't care about fish. It doesn't care about the fishing communities. It's not remotely interested in anything to do with fish. It's a flag-waving exercise to keep face with their fans who think that it's a patriotism contest.
Yes, I quite agree. Quite agree. Yeah, and it came on the radio today that there were 3 big companies that had bought into our waters.
Yeah, bought. Exactly. We sold it to them and they bought it. If you sold your car, Pat, you can't then insist that you can still drive it, right? You could try.
Tesco, you press a button and it flops all over the floor.
Oh.
Yeah, that's okay.
Is that what they do in Tesco? I had no idea. That sounds like fun. You press a button and the fish flops all over the floor.
Yeah.
Right.
Back for you in its bum.
Okay. Well, I'll look for that next time I'm there. Thanks a lot, Pat. I had no idea that Tesco's fish counter was so much fun. Angela tweets, I think we need to treat animals with respect. REPCSET. Get Aretha Franklin on the phone and she'll sing it for us. REPESCT. Says, now it's the bird flu. The animal kingdom is fighting back. There will be more animal-to-human contagions unless we start to change our ways. You're absolutely right, Angela, I suspect. Experts who have great knowledge in this regard have said precisely the same. That, well, I've been saying the same for years, and I don't know anything about anything, but if we keep abusing the world in the way that we're doing, then eventually the world will just shrug us off, which is, I think, this is a warning at the moment.
Warning, warning.
This is a bit of a light warning. It's a slap. The world's not killing us all yet, but this is a bit of a slap. And I'm sure that there's much worse to come. It could be just around the corner. It could be 50 years away, or it could be 5 months away. You just never know. Isn't it exciting? I think they've already found something that's worse, haven't they? Some bat thing in China or somewhere like that. So yeah, this could be an amuse-bouche for disasters to come. Well, in fact, Anthony Fauci, the guy who, the guy who stands behind Donald Trump, planting his face in his hands when Trump says something stupid about bleach.
Don't be rude.
He said that we are in the era of the pandemic. Or he might have said plandemic, but then they covered it up because, it's a conspiracy. I read it on the internet. Wake up, sheeple. Joe says, so funny this whole Brexit thing is like a marriage after 20 years. This is not even a divorce, more like one of us slams the door and then comes back in because they can't live without one another. Still coming out with that garbage just because, garbage in, garbage out. And they keep reading Donald Trump's tweets about a huge scam. The reason, I'll say it again, the reason that he can't believe that he lost is that he cheated his face off and still didn't win. That's the reason that it does not compute with Donald Trump, is because he cheated and cheated and cheated. I mean, he hobbled the US postal system in order to prevent Democrats from voting by mail, which is what they were more likely to do because they're smart. In a pandemic, you don't want to queue in a line for 8 hours with thousands of other people. So he insisted that his fans went and did just that. And they did, because they don't believe in the pandemic. They think it's a plandemic. And then he tried to hobble the US Postal Service by putting one of his cronies in there, and he took the post boxes off the streets, and he took the sorting machines out of post offices, and cancelled overtime to make it to make it a shadow of what it once was, in order for the votes not to get counted by the Democrats. And he still lost. That's what he can't believe. I think it's total disgrace. Those people. But he got 70 million votes. You know, if you don't count all of the votes for Joe Biden, Donald Trump won. He's a winner.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Yeah, I'm close. Joe texts, so funny this whole... Oh, no, I read that. I'm way ahead of schedule, like they say in America. Phil tweets, I hope Bozo the Clown gets the fisheries to sort it out, because last night I had some cod, and there was more batter than cod. I blame the EU. Yeah. I always tend to order fish and chips when it's on a menu, and I'm always disappointed. I don't think I've ever ordered fish and chips, maybe once in my life, but it was stupidly expensive. I don't think I've ever ordered fish and chips and thought, wow, that was great. It's just always disappointing, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't taste of anything for a start. Cod doesn't taste of anything. Plus, it's a pretty unpleasant thing to do to a noble fish, isn't it? Cut it up into bits and then stick it in hot fat. I mean, if I was a fish, I'd object to being killed if that was going to be what they do to me. Anyway, here is call in Sevenoaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. I'd like to ask whether you think if we want to avoid a hard border on Britain, we'll have to join the EU.
What?
Well, it seems that Scotland might leave, and they're going to go into EFTA, which will put a hard border on Britain.
I bet they
unless
won't.
we join the EU.
Yeah, I bet they won't.
Well, they won't leave, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think so?
No.
With the polls as they are?
Well, Boris Johnson will fashion an excuse not to allow them to have another poll.
Well, he can push it to he can push it a little into the future, but the Parliament will end and there'll be another election. And if he wants to control what happens, he'll have to have it in this Parliament. And the other thing is, of course, that the best way of arranging a non-leaving vote would be to have a vote on the EU membership beforehand, because they will be less likely to leave under those circumstances.
Right, I can't be bothered to think about that. I'll be perfectly honest. I don't care. There, how's that?
The Brexit Wrong has a 14-point lead at the moment, which
the Brexit Wrong.
Yes, there's a Brexit Right or Brexit Wrong poll. Was the UK right or wrong to leave the EU?
Well, that's no surprise. Apart from the actual vote itself, there has been almost no poll that has suggested that it is actually the will of the people.
Exactly. I mean, this poll has been moving. I mean, it started off at 48...
52, yeah, exactly.
52.
Just about the opposite to what it was in the actual the referendum. Since the referendum, they've done pretty much a poll a week. And in every single one of them, bar about one or two, it has been the reverse of the Brexit referendum. And it actually gets... And it was sort of ticking along there about 48, 52, 46, 54, something like that. And now the gap has grown bigger.
Yes, the point is after 4 years, there's been a 16% swing. It's been 4% a year.
Right.
So at the end of this Parliament, the numbers will be similar to the referendum in 75.
Yeah.
About 2/3 in favour of EU membership.
But this is no surprise. And with each passing year, the gap is going to get bigger and bigger, and more people will want to have remained in the European Union. But we're out because certain individuals managed to wangle it that way.
I'm a nutcase,
and based on a lot of misinformation and promises that are never going to be fulfilled. But that's the way that billionaires get their way, by spreading misinformation in the offshore billionaire press.
But the point is that with that future to look to in terms of the polls, it seems likely that there may be another referendum even before the referendum scheduled by the Brexit Party.
Eventually, the numbers, the demographics will be such that no political party will be able to resist if the people feel that this is not as good a life as they were expecting, because older people wanted to leave and younger people wanted to stay, and younger people are going to be around longer than older people. That's just a fact.
That's exactly. So what I'm saying is that with that prospect, I mean, how long do you think? mean, Brexit is doomed, basically, and if...
No, it isn't. It isn't. Brexit is going to happen. We are doomed.
No, what I mean is that, well, Brexit has happened. What I'm saying is it's doomed in the sense it's not going to last very long.
Well,
and given that it's not going to last very long, the leaving of Scotland, well, the negligent leaving of Scotland will may cause a split in the Conservative Party. I mean,
right. I refer you to the answer that I gave some moments ago. I don't care.
Whether you care or not.
Yeah. Is very, very important on this show. In the outside world, it is of zero importance.
Yes. Well, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Okay, all right, good work. Thanks a lot, Mark. 0345 6060 973. I'm not going to get dragged down that hole. No way, Jose. Phil tweets, I hope Bozo... no, I've read that one. Chris says, I hate the word Brexiteers. Oh, no, Brexiteers. Because it's with two E's. I hate the word Brexiteers. Then I heard the simple term quitters. My gift to you. Well, Brexiters is better. Brexit. Brexitums. Not Brexiteers, because that makes them sound heroic, which they ain't. Brexiters. Live with it. Let's have Barnet. Desi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Nick.
Hello.
Nice to speak to you, mate.
Yes.
I phoned in to correct you.
What?
Go on, carry on. Are you going to do that? No, I'm not bothered. Okay.
No, go on.
But when you said things, I was listening, and as usual, you're always right. I know I'm a creep, like, you know.
Yes. Well, that's just correct.
But you were telling somebody the fishing and all that, and you ask anybody, where's Grimsby? Where's this? If you ask a normal person, can you say?
Oh well, he just forgot where he was just for a moment there. It was going so well as well. I mean, I think he was going to make the point that people can point to Grimsby on a map. No, you can't. If I went into the street with £100 attached to a clipboard and on which was a map of Great Britain, I bet people wouldn't be able to point to Great Britain. Oh, not on that map. Anyway, better luck next time, mate. Clean it up a bit. It's not television, you know. Steve says, really not sure what to make of this new coronavirus vaccine. On the one hand, scientists have, through exhaustive testing and reviewing, created a vaccine that will work in 90 to 95% of cases. They have put 9 months of hard work and testing in the midst of a global pandemic to help keep us all safe. I feel that he's buttering us up for a hammer blow right at the end here. Well, let's read on and find out. They put 9 months of hard work and testing in the midst of a global pandemic to keep us all safe. On the other hand, Toby from down the street, who has a GCSE in art, told me that the vaccine was created by the New World Order. Who do I believe? Please help, says Steve. Well, I think that Toby sounds like a reliable source, mate. Don't dismiss Toby's opinion, that's for sure. Here is a call in Grimsby. Tim.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Right, I'm going to start by inviting you to Grimsby, but I'm not going to say Grimsby. I'm going to use the proper terminology. On the map, it's Grimsby. We're on the far right-hand coast. I'm sat in my town now. I come from Scunthorpe, but I grew up in Grimsby. I only came to Scunthorpe about 3 years ago. It's Great Grimsby, Nick.
Is it?
It was, yes. Its true name is Great Grimsby. You only see Grimsby on the map. It's like we say Hull, but actually it's Kingston upon, yeah? It's that type of thing. But I'm going to invite you to Grimsby, Nick, and I'm going to make sure you have a really good slap-up, proper fish and chip meal. And, by the way, just as a point of curiosity, I'll go on to the business side of it, but just as a curiosity point, we don't eat cod in Grimsby. We had a nickname, I think it said codheads and things like this. We don't eat cod, we eat haddock. Yeah,
What's the difference? Yeah, I bet you couldn't tell the difference if I presented you a bit of battered fish, 2 bits, one was cod, one was haddock. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Oh, yes, I blooming well would. And I tell you what, the majority of Grimsby people would as well. We only eat haddock. Cod, actually, is the larger fish. It's actually a base crawl. Actually, it's... Well, I won't put people off cod.
Oh,
disgusting.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know exactly. But you could say the same for prawns, and they're yummy.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could, but we generally go for haddock in Grimsby, and just further into Lincolnshire, it's haddock. Right. It's up north, but across the Humber that you go to cod. But
now, is the food in Scunthorpe as good as the food in Grimsby?
Well, you would say, yeah, because we sell it to them.
Right, because I've eaten out in Scunthorpe, and it was one of the most disgusting meals I've ever eaten in my entire life.
No, you've got to go, if you want fish and chip, well, we've got some really good restaurants in Great Grimsby, and that's one thing I wanted to get onto, Nick, I mean, I've heard all this today on LBC, but not just LBC. They talk about the fishing, right? Can I try and at least attempt to convince you to start, thinking about fish and the worth of fish, because people have said on the radio and on the news, it's nostalgia. We look towards the fishing trade with nostalgia.
Yes.
Well, Nick, the same applies to a lot of other industries that kept this country going, particularly during World War II.
Yeah, I'm not just... Yes, Tim, I'm not just... Yes, Tim, wait a minute. I'm not disputing any of that. What I am saying is that the Conservative government and the various right-wingers who are constantly going on about fish, they're doing it for underhand reasons. They don't care about the fish. To them, it's a patriotism contest.
Yes,
it's Britannia ruling the waves. It's not a fish thing. The fish is a cipher for them.
Yeah, I totally agree. But what I want to say, and I do agree with you there, that's the point in their battle. That's the like the nepotism of where they're aiming to. But I want to say something about the actual industry, and that's what I thought I'd come on, because we hear about this 0.something% GDP. Okay, right, that may be the case in terms where we have now is such a small depleted fishing. Why we were Grimsby, of course, was because we were the biggest fishing port at one time in the world, not just Europe, in the world. Now, if you roll that back and then you start to look at, for example, you just sort of creep up the coast on the east coast, past Grimsby, and you start going north, what do we come to? Redcar. Look what's just happened to Redcar with the steel industry. This is right on the coast. All of that area could turn into a fishing industry. And also Great Grimsby at the minute has got one of the biggest food processing plants in Europe. We still haven't abandoned the food industry because we've got a massive food processing culture now.
I don't think you could maintain the same kind of strength of industry that you used to have, because the fish stocks have been depleted. You can't keep catching that number of fish because there won't be any fish anymore.
Well, hang on, but let's turn that on its head, though, Nick. The point is, if we stop these big trawler-type factory unit ships, which we've correct what you say, it's been sort of sold out. It's quotas. So if those quotas then come back to us and we do the business, there is a market for it. That's why, underneath all of this, they don't see the 0.something% GDP. They see a massive opportunity and a massive market, because we will still be able to sell. It is still a commodity.
Yes, but we would be selling
very
it.
Lucrative.
Yes, but where would we be selling it to? Europe, because the fish that swim round our parts aren't attractive to us locals. We don't like that kind of fish.
Well, I mean, the thing is there, in terms of a local economy, again, you're only looking at 65 now million people? Well, we're not all, you're quite right, we're not all going to be sort of like manufactured into sort of like having fish and chips every Thursday night.
Yeah, but it's not fish and chips, is it? It's mackerel, stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's what we catch around here.
Well, there is a local fishing. That's right, but the source in terms of local fishing products.
We don't buy that stuff. You can't give it away in this country. We sell it to France and Spain and places like that. They like it over there.
And also, but also look at we actually sell fish to China. We sell it to Japan.
Yeah, no doubt.
The other point is. And the other point is, I just want to say, it's not just, remember, the fishermen or the fisher people, shall we say. It's got ridiculous, that. Still have midwives, don't we, and still male, I don't get it. But the point is, what I'm saying is, when we come to this, Nick, what about transport? What about the transportation? What about the processing units?
No, I completely agree. Look, I'm past the break, so I'm going to have to go. But we are on the same. We are on the same page. I agree that it is important to the local community, but the government and their acolytes are suggesting that it is important to the nation, and it isn't. As I've said many times, the fishing industry in this country employs as many people and pays as much to the exchequer as Harrods, the shop. That puts it into perspective, doesn't it? But that's not to diminish the importance of it in the local community. of which the government has shown zero interest up to this point. And the proof there is that because the European Union has put money into areas which have traditionally concentrated on fish, because the government has serially failed to do that. And when those European grants go, you will miss them, believe me. Vim texts, we're so obsessed with cod, I hope we all start eating mackerel again. It's the better fish and underappreciated. I don't know, define better. It's probably better for you, being absolutely riven with fish oil. But I don't like it. I eat it every other week, more or less. I can't bear to eat it every week. It's a bit like medicine. I mean, I know it's supposed to be good for you, but I can't say I enjoy it. And neither does anybody else in this country. Peter emails, do you think we'll be back in lockdown in January? That and the potential of a no-deal Brexit terrifies me. January, no. I think we'll be back in lockdown in February because of the delay in infections. Everybody's going to come together for Jesus' birthday. It'll be the biggest super spreader event in history. And it will seep through the country in the month of January, and then we'll all be locked inside in February. I betcha, betcha, betcha. I betcha. Who wants to take that bet? Here's another call in Grimsby. Hello, James.
Hello.
James.
Hi. I'd just like to say your last caller, was it Tim?
I don't know. I don't listen to this show.
No, I do. He was right about the haddock thing. I'm from Grimsby.
Really?
He lives in Grimsby. Haddock is more meaty than cod.
Right.
That's the difference.
But when you say meaty, what do you mean?
It's more succulent.
Succulent? Right,
Yes.
Okay. Right. I honestly couldn't tell the difference. It just tastes as white fish to me. But anyway.
I can, but then again, I've lived here all my life.
Right.
My point is about the fishing industry, and also a point, he was right. The processing plants, all the factories and stuff, they're here.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to actually fishing, sending out trawlers, we haven't got the infrastructure for it. We haven't got the super trawlers that can make the job safe.
Right.
People going about it being like the old days trawlers where it was dangerous and it was, life-threatening.
Yeah, I mean, really, who would want to do that job? You earn practically nothing at all, and it's one of the most dangerous jobs to do of any in the country. It's like people in Wales reminiscing about, it was great going down. That's not a Welsh accent. It was great going down the pit. I mean, who wants to do that anymore?
Exactly. The old way of trawling was very dangerous. They got well paid in their day for it, but it was very dangerous.
Mm. Yeah, that's no kind of life.
The only way to claw it back, if that's the way of doing it, is to have these super trawlers, and no one's going to invest in it.
Right. Well, I believe that the foreign ships were. No, let me start that sentence again. I believe that foreign trawlers were invested in by their respective governments, weren't they? Wasn't it the Norwegian governments and Spain and France and so on actually invested in their fisher people, whereas in this country the successive governments have shown zero interest until just now, when it becomes a wrapping yourself in the flag patriotism contest to say how much you love fish.
Exactly. Round here in the 80s, back in Grimsby, skippers got paid to burn the ships in the docks.
To burn them?
Yeah, to scuttle them, get rid of them.
Right.
So that they could sell the quotas to anyone else. And the fact is that now, all the port land that any fish would be landed at is owned by ABP, Associated British Ports, which is run by a Chinese conglomerate, and they have not done anything to invest in the dock area of Grimsby. They've let it go to rack and ruin.
Right. Well, just wait, and they'll throw up executive flatlets by the dozen.
They're not doing it. there's a place called the Ice House in Grimsby, which is a National Heritage Site because it was one of the first places in the UK that produced ice blocks. For example, it's 100 and odd years old, it's proper protected building. They're just letting it fall to rack and ruin because they own it. And
well, that sounds very much like what happened to...
areas.
Yeah, that sounds very much like what happened to Battersea Power Station. What happened to that beautiful building is unconscionable. And I took a trip around there in 1981, maybe 1980, something like that, just moments after it had stopped working, I think. Or maybe it was 78, something around there. And all the equipment was still in there. God, it was absolutely beautiful. It was all this deco dials and the control room and all the I don't really know what it was that was in there, but this massive machinery in these huge halls, and it was fantastic. And then I went back about 10 years later, and they just allowed it to fall apart. There was holes in the roof, and the rain was falling through, and it just seemed to me that they wanted it to fall down so they could just level the site and put up a bunch of hideous executive flatlets and maximise their investment, which is eventually what they did. But they just they put those flats around the building rather than knock it down.
It happens a lot around here.
Yeah,
there's a lot of great, the Victoria Mills, which was a great old. Obviously, it was a mill, and they let it fall to rack and ruin, and then somebody come in and bought it for £1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
built it into flats.
Yeah, and then they all award themselves £50 million in excellence in bonuses for excellence in being themselves, and march off into the sunset, and leaving everybody else trailing in their wake. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the new world order, James. Get used to it. Thanks, Wandsworth. Hello, Richard.
Hi, mate.
Richard.
By the way, Battersea Power Station. Just before the main subject.
Yeah.
Mr. Lister, that was Wandsworth Council, who's Boris Johnson's right-hand man these days.
Is he?
Sorry?
Is he?
He is. Only he's become Sir Lister now. He's not just Mr. Lister, he's Sir.
Yes, no doubt.
Anyway, about fish. This thing about herring, etc., being totally unpopular, this is basically a question of the price, price elasticity.
It isn't.
If you had chippies who sold...
It's not. Mackerel is not unpopular because it's expensive. It's unpopular because people don't like the taste of it.
I totally agree. Listen, if I had to pay the same price as for cod, I wouldn't buy it either. But if a chippy was selling mackerel in very nice batter for £1 a portion instead of £5.
Yeah, they still wouldn't be able to sell it.
I'd certainly give it a go, for sure.
Well, give it a go once and then never again. That sounds absolutely repellent. Mackerel in batter. Ugh.
Well, nobody's ever offered it, have they?
Yeah, that's right, but they haven't offered cat in batter either, but I don't want that.
Okay, fair enough. But, I mean, look, provided it wasn't full of bones, I think a fair number of people would try it. Once you get a small percentage of people trying it, it escalates.
You mean it'll take off?
Chippies aren't greedy.
It'll go viral?
Well, the problem is chippies like making as much money as they can, and they charge frightening amounts even for a portion of chips nowadays.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. How much is a packet of chips?
I don't know. I can't afford them.
You don't know?
Seriously, I buy these dirty great bags at the supermarket, put them in the oven, and it costs about 30 pence a go.
Yeah, you know what's cheaper than that?
Starving?
Yeah, that's right. Starving. Why don't you try that for a couple of weeks? No, cheaper than that is buying actual potato. Chips come from potatoes, don't you? They don't come in bags. They come from potatoes.
God, that's a shocking thought.
Isn't it? You want to investigate potatoes? Get your hands on a couple of tubers, mate.
Anyway, I'm going to become a millionaire and start a chippy.
All right, I'll look forward to that. As soon as you do, pop a check in the post. Will you do that for me?
Certainly.
Okay. Peter says, do you think we'll be in lockdown in January? I've answered that one. Yeah, February. Not January, February. There'll be a brief reprieve. Nothing really happens in December or January, does it? You've got about another week in December to do stuff, and then businesses shut down. Even in this year where they're desperate to still make money, there's something about Jesus' birthday that just makes businesses shut down. And they will not reopen again until about the first week in January. And then the second week in January, they'll still be getting their bearings, finding their mug, trying to figure out where their coat hanger is. Somebody's moved the paper clips, Janet. You know, that kind of thing. So nothing was really going to happen until about the third week in January, when everyone realises that no one's come to work because they're all sick. And then the government will catch on, and they'll force us all back in to lockdown in the month of February. Ain't that right, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. In, out. How long can this go on? The Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development warned of a dramatic short-term impact on the economy if the UK fails to reach an agreement with the EU. And longer-term scarring on trade and jobs. That's their phrase, but that's what we voted for. We knew what we voted for, and that's what it was. What do we want? Long-term scarring on trade and jobs. When do we want it? 24th of June, 2016. In its latest economic outlook, the OECD said the failure to conclude a trade deal with the European Union by the end of 2020 would entail serious additional economic disturbances in the short term and have a strongly negative effect on trade, productivity and jobs in the longer term. By contrast, a closer trade relationship with the European Union than expected, notably encompassing services, would improve the economic outlook in the medium term. Improve the economic outlook in the medium term? That sounds like sunny uplands. The OECD is forecasting that gross domestic product will plunge by, grip onto something firm, you're not going to like it, 11.2%. 11.2%. Wow. You know the last recession? The one that was caused by the financial finaglers? No! Yes, that's them. The recession of 2007-8, that caused our GDP to drop by 6%. And that meant 10 years of austerity and constant grinding misery, at the end of which we owed twice as much money as we did at the start of all that austerity. And this recession that we're looking at now is twice as bad as that. But it's okay, because the government says they have everything under control. Oh, no. And due to British exceptionalism, we will suffer an exceptional recession, the worst in Europe. And a really slow recovery. There's one country on Earth that's going to do worse than we are. I think I've already done this on this show. Which country do you think it is? Quickly. Time's running out. It's, I was going to say Afghanistan, but it's the other place that begins with A. Not Australia or Austria or Asia. Argentina. Argentina is the only major country that's going to do even worse than we will. It's going to have a GDP drop by 12.9%. Ours is 11.2%. God. That's absolutely staggering. And it feels like it's not real, doesn't it? I mean, unless you've got a business that has folded or you've been fired, the rest of us, it feels like we're in suspended animation. Like, it really hasn't hit home yet. I mean, we've all got lights in our eyes, we've all got the spangle in our eyes because of Christmas. But when the lights come down on January the 5th, it's all going to look a bit grim. Not Grimsby, but a bit grim. China, meanwhile, is the only country that's on track to record growth this year. Not a lot, but a significant amount, 1.8%. Our economy is going to go down by 11.2%. China's up by 1.8%. We got the worst economic hit and the worst death rate of any comparable country in the world. Who could have predicted that when they voted for that funny bloke off the telly?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Huh. So we have to rely on Boris Johnson's government to organise an expert rollout of the most complex and wide-ranging vaccination programme that the country has ever seen in order to deliver us from this nightmare. What could possibly go wrong? Oy. OECD says there's a chink of light now for the world economy thanks to this recent positive development with the COVID-19 vaccine. But Chief Economist Lawrence said confidence could take a hit if vaccine distribution proved disappointing. Well, we specialise in disappointing.
Here we go. Okay.
The OECD is forecasting global GDP to fall by 4.2% in 2020. And we're going to be 3 times as bad as the global average. Wow. And on top of that, the Office for Budget Responsibility said a no-deal Brexit would be at least as damaging as the long-term impact of COVID-19 on the economy. Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. So all this harumphing and, we're going to leave with no deal because that's what we voted for and that's what we want and, forget that. The OBR said that the economic impact would be widespread, meaning that few sectors would be spared being dealt a blow by the pandemic on one side and a no-deal Brexit on the other. So if you ain't suffered yet, just wait. Office for Budget Responsibility member Sir Charlie Bean said the nature of the Brexit shock is one that requires further restructuring of the British economy. He said some parts that are no longer so profitable will have to downsize. Other areas will need to expand as a result of the changed terms of trade with the European Union. People will lose their jobs in the declining industries before the new jobs are created in the ones that will expand. So there'll be a period where unemployment needs to rise temporarily alongside that necessary restructuring. He said that's pretty much unavoidable with something like Brexit. Yet that completely makes sense. If you change the way you do things, then people whose jobs were dependent on the old way of doing things, those jobs aren't going to be there anymore in large amounts. But they won't. But they either will be too old or unable to reskill for the new jobs that will, or they won't want to move to where those new jobs are. They will be unable to do them. There's going to be another wave of younger people coming through with the skills that may be more appropriate for those jobs, and etc. and so on. So in the long term, things may be tickety-boo. I mean, give us 50 years and things might work out really well. But in the meantime, what happens while you wait 50 years is your life. What happens while you're waiting for the long-term benefits is the short-term. The OBR has predicted the economy will suffer a 4% drop in output over the long term from Brexit, even if we sign a free trade deal. But you can't tell that to people, because they'll just dig their heels in and they'll say that, I don't know, this fish thing, they'll just keep going on about fish, or we're going to get back our rules and have control over our money. And that phrase that Boris Johnson's learned by rote, that he just keeps repeating every time, over and over again. None of it means a damn thing. It said the Office for Budget Responsibility said that if the UK is set to revert to World Trade Organization terms with its largest trading partner, the EU, it would reduce GDP by a further 2% in 2021. That's on top of the 11-point-odd% that's reaped by the coronavirus recession. There's going to be nothing left. Employment would also suffer in the event of a no-deal outcome, it predicted. It forecasts that unemployment will peak at 8.3% in the third quarter of next year if there is no agreement. Everybody suffers, which is what we voted for. We knew what we voted for, and it was suffering, which we will be receiving in large amounts. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. I must do the thing about Boris Johnson getting a vaccine. I'll try and squeeze it in. You believe me, don't you? Here is a call in Sheffield. Jessica.
Yeah, hi there, Nick.
Jessica.
I think probably it's more fun to focus on the fish, because if you actually concentrate on the figures, your brain just frazzles, doesn't it? I think
figures?
part of it...
What figures?
Well, like like you were saying before about the sort of the economic situation and the figures and the way they bandy around. It's like, 1.5 billion for this.
Yeah.
Boring.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then they sort of say, 22,744 infections and 660. But it's like when a hacker is going to target a company and they just bombard their server with data until it explodes. I think that's what they're doing to us, really.
Yeah, it's like a data dump.
Dumps.
It is.
They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps all over.
Big, massive dumps all over.
Yeah, and so you've got so much data, then the inevitable happens and you don't actually know what to filter out, and that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, fish. I don't mind a bit of mackerel. I don't mind it.
Ugh.
A bit of, with sashimi and a bit of sushi, or a bit of mackerel with warm potato salad and watercress.
Oh my God, I'm going to vom.
Have you ever seen this show, Nick? It's called, I think it might be called Trawler Men.
No.
Or Trawler Men at Sea or something.
Oh my, why would you want to watch that?
Well, just because I either watch worthy TV or rubbish.
Right.
And the Trawler
and nothing
Man
in
thing,
between, yeah.
Nothing in between, no. It's either got to be really good or really bad.
Yeah.
But listening to those two callers ages ago, they were sort of talking about Grimsby and the fishing industry and the fisheries. But that Trawler Man show, it's insane sometimes. I mean, they're out there in the sea and there's massive waves coming over on the boats.
Yeah.
And then they come back in and they've got all this fish, some sustainable, some not. And then you see them having to chuck some back in the sea.
Right.
And you think, what? And, we've reached our quota.
Yeah.
And when you
they shouldn't have caught so much in the first place if they reached their quota.
No, I mean, I like a bit of fish, but equally, I will eat, vegetables often. I'm not sort of saying that, all I'm saying is that when you watch shows like that, you realise what they go through.
Yeah.
And, that's probably why it's important. But it's not really important, is it?
No.
It's
like 0.1% of the economy, something like that. Tiny, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're trying to sort of talk about fish and chips as distractors. They're trying to say, you know what? You'll get some sort of campaign where we're saying your fish and chips is going to go up to £8.86p, and that's because of Brexit.
Yeah, of course.
You know
what they're doing? I mean, this all might be moot because in the future we might not be having dead bits of dead animal on our plate.
No.
We might be growing animals without actually growing animals. Do you know what I mean? They've got chicken now that doesn't come from a chicken.
I know exactly what you're alluding to. I mean, I saw the picture where I think it was the beef, and it looked disgusting. But equally, it looked a bit like some of those top quality chefs do, where they water bath stuff and then just fry it off for like 2 seconds. But that man-made meat, I mean, that's either incredible. I mean, if you think about sort of
it makes perfect sense,
countries
doesn't it?
in the world where if you can actually provide them with food without them actually having to have the kind of landscape and agriculture that allows them to feed themselves.
Well, it's one of the most destructive things that we do as human beings is farm animals for food. I mean, if we could just make stuff that tasted and had all the goodness and yumminess of chickens and beef and fish and so on, if we could just make it in a lab without all the pesticides and the methane that comes with it and all of that negative stuff, then wouldn't that be great? I mean, if it tasted the same, I'd have it. Why not?
Do you know what? About a week ago, I had this. I ordered this thing from one of the delivery companies.
Thing?
And by mistake, why I say thing is that by mistake, I thought I'd ordered some like duck and hoisin sauce sushi, and it turned out to be this artificial one. It was for the vegans. I didn't know. And I actually thought, that's really nice, duck that.
You ordered sushi from a delivery company?
Because obviously all the restaurants are about to go bust, so they're doing the best by doing takeaways.
Oh, okay.
So a restaurant that in Sheffield, a great Japanese restaurant that I'd probably go to twice a month and spend maybe 250 quid.
What?
Perhaps along with 3 or 4 other people.
Okay, then.
I'm just like spending 35 quid on takeaway, aren't I?
Yeah.
Because I don't want them to go bust. They probably will.
I know. I feel sorry for the restaurant. There's a Thai restaurant that I love so much, and of course they're not doing any business either. So I feel that I should go and. But what can I do? I mean, they're out of my area. They're the other opposite end of town from where I live. They won't deliver as far as I live. You can't go there, and so what's a person to do? Just feel sorry.
But think also about all these fishermen at the moment, while they don't know what's going to happen, like, literally next month. They're the people that are in the supply chain with the restaurants, where all of a sudden they've got no one to supply anymore because that restaurant's at the very best gone down to buying 50% of what they did before.
Yes.
If not nothing at all.
And
that as well?
You can set your watch by it. Once the Brexit negotiations are concluded, that will be the last time you will ever hear anybody from this government expressing concern for the fishing industry.
It's a distraction. It's a distraction technique. Part of me sickeningly admires them for doing it, that they've got the cheek even at this stage, despite the horrendous farcical debacle. A
farcical debacle?
Sometimes.
Yeah, one moment while I write that down.
Yeah, but they're still trying to pull the wool over our eyes.
Yeah.
And that's what will happen next. They'll deal with the fish, and then someone will kick off about the lambs, and off we go. There'll be something else that goes through. Some other treaty that we can't sign up to anymore.
Oh, my
anyway,
God, we haven't even started on the lambs yet.
I feel like I'm whining, so I'm going to go.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
Yeah, the sky's the limit for whiners. You just keep whining and you never know where you might end up.
I'm a whiner and I keep whining and whining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah, just keep that up and who knows where you might where you might end up. Yeah, that fish thing. Oh, God, it's just so excruciating. And it's all thanks to, a certain individual. And it does remind me that I haven't played this in a good long while.
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project. I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. And it completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
A huge majority of Britons want to see Boris Johnson take the coronavirus vaccine live on TV, a poll found this week. Just a little pinprick. That'll keep you going for the show.
Rock and roll!
I'll go one further. I would like to see all new drugs and experimental treatments trialled on Boris Johnson on live television. Who's with me? Hands in the air. Let me count. Everybody. Research for Mail Online showed that 58% of those that expressed a preference back the PM having the jab on screen and then being given a lollipop.
Here we go. Okay.
Only 16% were against the idea. They thought that the Prime Minister should be given a damn good thrashing on television instead. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Nicola Sturgeon and Matt Hancock are among the other UK politicians who have said that they would be willing to do so if it helps reassure the public. It won't. Believe me. The poll was carried out on Wednesday after Britain became the first country in the world to approve the Pfizer jab. And then Gavin Williamson went on the Nick Ferrari show and the nation's toes curled up in embarrassment like we were wearing Aladdin's slippers. Excellent work, Nick Ferrari. And this is the greatest country in the world, and it's a lovely country, and it's a super country, and anybody who says otherwise can shut up and go away. That's what I think. Trouble is, I said it out loud. Millions of doses of the British vaccine have been ordered, and that British vaccine couldn't be more of a British success story, despite unaccountably being made by a company of German, American and Turkish founders that is made in the European Union. But apart from that, it could not be more British. Asked earlier this week whether Mr. Johnson would be willing to have a jab on TV, his press spokesmodel said, "We all know the character of the Prime Minister." Yeah, we know the character of the Prime Minister, all right. We all know the character of the Prime Minister, she said. I don't think it would be something that he would rule out. Huh. That's not a yes, is it? His press secretary, Allegra Stratton, said, but what we also know is that he wouldn't want to take a jab that should be for someone who is extremely vulnerable, clinically vulnerable, and who should be getting it before him. Yeah, that's right. Selfless Boris. Always thinking of those less fortunate. Never about himself. She should be a comedian with that kind of material. If only the theatres were open, she should make a killing. Stand aside, Michael McIntyre. There's a Michael McIntyre, if that is indeed your name. There's a new kid in town. Matt Hancock said the stunt would be worth it if it persuaded people of its safety. Wee Sturgeon said, if I thought it would help persuade anybody, I'll do it. Hot news just in, it won't. I looked under the comments section of the Daily Mail on this story. Top-rated comments are as follows. His jab will have water in it. Second, but how will we know it's the actual vaccine, more likely to be a placebo? Third, how do we know it's the actual vaccine? Fourth, if this happens, there has to be a totally independent doctor and a member of the public present to verify that it is the proper vaccine that he is given, due to all the lies that we have been fed. It says, if we leave it to them, they will use saline instead, but tell us it was the real vaccine. And lastly, will not be the vaccine, just a placebo. They think we are dumb. So I think you've lost before you've even started there, Boris. But go ahead and take it anyway. I double dare you. 0345 6060 973. Read texts. I think the Queen should take the vaccine whilst giving a speech during Christmas. Yes. Right. They could hide it in the Christmas decorations. And as she's adjusting a bauble, they could stick it in her. That is disrespectful, Reed. Let's have Wembley. Cliff.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
You know, it's really hard to get a rant and a rave going when I'm laughing so much at the material you guys are doing, which is pretty good. I mean, now I'm all softened up here, and I'm, you know. You've, yeah, I know. You took all the all of it right out of me.
I took the wind out of your sails. Yeah.
What's that?
I took the wind out of your sails, like Bette Midler.
Yeah, you did. Well, I mean, you know, you got me laughing so much there. It was just, you know, hysterical stuff.
But really, you have some complaint left in you. I feel it.
Well, I think there's a bit of, there's a few complaints left, you know, basically. I mean, like, can't not read the, you know, the Daily Mail comments section and not, you know, have a few complaints to counter or go along with what you read. But, you know, I think the thing is that maybe I should do it from the perspective of today. You know, I got on a train and I haven't worn a mask for 7 months. I'm pushing 70. I'm old. I'll hug any woman that wants to hug me at my age. You know, but the thing is I got these old ladies looking at me like they want to kill me. You know, I feel like I'm back in the 60s again with hair down, you know, to my ass.
Well, you know, why don't you just wear a mask for an easier life?
Because I won't do it. I won't do it. I will not wear. And besides, I have eye trouble anyway and sinus trouble, so it just makes it worse.
Oh, please.
But the thing is, the big question is, why am I not dead? You know, well, I'm the big bad guy. I'm the super spreader.
Here's the reason. You know, here's the reason why you're not dead. Everybody else is wearing a mask.
Oh, right. They're saving my life, right?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Oh, that's so good.
That's how it works with a mask. It doesn't save your life. A mask does not protect you from what somebody else has got. A mask will protect somebody else from what you've got.
Wait a minute. If I'm this big super spreader, then 2 weeks I would be sick, and then, you know, I'd be in a hospital on a ventilator or something.
Nobody's saying that you're a super spreader. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, but they're looking at me like I'm going to kill them.
Right, because you wearing a mask protects them. That's why.
No, it doesn't. It's been proven.
Yes, it hasn't been. Nothing of the sort has been proven.
Look, even on the N95
who proved it?
mask, it says that this will not stop the virus.
Listen to me. Who proved it?
It says it on the pack.
It says it on the pack.
Hello?
What does it say on the pack?
Are you there?
Are you kidding me?
Are you there?
I'm here. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I think we had a bad connection.
Not really.
Let me imagine if
I think you've got a bad connection in your mind.
Well, okay, thank you. Imagine a virus so deadly that you have to have a test to tell you you've got it. What about that?
And what point are you making? Some people are asymptomatic. Yes.
You know, can I tell you something? You know, it's been proven, if you check it, that this whole Bill Gates virus was created in Wuhan. Fauci, Gates, they were all there in 2019. It's just a big coincidence.
Oh, right, okay. Well, yeah,
this whole thing is complete
right.
fakeness.
It's a pandemic. Right, I get it.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Okay. Yeah.
Even if you don't agree with it, but it is.
No,
That's okay.
No, you're right.
But,
you're right.
But why am I still walking around? Am I the Walking Dead or something? You say, well, I'm protected by all the people wearing the masks.
Fingers crossed.
People weren't wearing masks until recently.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good point. Yeah.
Well, anyway, but the main issue here is that look at all the money. You know, you're going to close down the world on a virus that 98.6% people survive.
Yeah, but go back to that Bill Gates thing because you really had something there.
The Bill Gates thing is, you know, they had a thing called Agenda, Event 21. They had the whole
Great Reset.
Thing.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Exactly. You know, Bill Gates and Fauci were working together on this thing. They've been at this for a long time.
Thing is, you haven't mentioned George Soros yet.
Well, I'll mention Niall Ferguson, who's been scaring people since day one with all these incredible numbers of all these people that are going to die.
Don't tell me you read this on Facebook?
No, I don't have Facebook.
You
Facebook.
saw videos on YouTube?
I don't watch YouTube. I'm not on YouTube hardly at all.
You read it in the New York Times? No. Well, where are you getting your information from?
We have.
Where are you getting all this? Where are you getting all this hot information from, Cliff?
Well, wait a minute. You know,
just tell me what your source is.
The sources are what from your perspective would be the tinfoil hat and Sky News. Is that your source?
No, just answer the question. Where is your source? Where are you getting your information from?
It's not privy information. It's out there.
But where are you getting it from?
All over.
Where?
Not from Sky News.
I'm not asking you where you're not getting it from. I'm asking you where you're getting it from.
There are many places to find this information.
Why are you too embarrassed to tell me where you're getting your information from?
Why would I be embarrassed?
Because the source is probably preposterous.
It's preposterous that it's fake? It is fake. This is fake. It's about control. It's not about a virus.
Tell me where you're getting your information from.
Where do you get off to find a virus that is at the bottom of the kill list? It's at the bottom of
Cliff,
for mortality.
I'll ask you one more time. Where are you getting all of this very important information from? I'd like to read it. Please tell me where you're finding it.
Have you seen a film called Plandemic?
Oh my God! So it is YouTube. You were lying about that.
Liar!
We got there in the end. 0345 6060 973. I'll sum up that call for you. I thought we were going to get through the whole show without that. We had no end. We had a blizzard of last night, and I think I frightened them. They scurried away and hid in the corner and licked at their wounds. But they thought, oh well, maybe we'll emerge out and see what happens tonight. How did that work out for you? Jen texts, Nick, it looks like 2021 will be the year of the bird flu mingling with COVID. And if that doesn't kill us, we will be poor due to the massive global recession and Brexit. And if we survive that, then the world is dying out from climate disaster anyway. Something once is wiped out, and that's looking on the bright side, says Jen. That's looking on the bright side.
Oh, no.
Here's a bright, cheery character. Oh, my God, it's only Brian from Stockton-on-Tees. What do you want? Something about fish, I bet.
Yeah, good evening, Nick.
Yes, Brian.
Good to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's good to hear a few people from Grimsby coming on to talk to you, Nick.
Yeah.
I thought you'd have been a few before now, to talk to you, because,
Well, make no mistake, Brian, this show is huge in Grimsby.
No, but you haven't had many callers on about this, have you?
Yeah,
before?
but that's no indication of hugeness.
But we're coming to a crunch time now for Boris Johnson, right? And if he doesn't get back control
of himself,
of the law, we have the law of the sea. And if he doesn't get control back for these people, control, and not get a chunk back of it.
Yeah. Well, a chunk back of the things that we sold.
Things like this could get losing his job if he doesn't get it right now. Right. Very crucial time for Boris Johnson.
Yeah, whatever.
If he doesn't get things right now, he's gone.
Who's going to get rid of him?
ERG, for one.
Right, and who will replace him?
I think it's about 60. Well, he's in the ERG, 60 or 70.
Yeah, but give me a name. Who could step up and do the job and be as potentially popular as and be able to rally the troops like Bozo can?
But it spreads, doesn't it? Because if the ERG say, look, you've sold it out on fishing, say, on the level playing field.
Yeah, they don't care about fish.
All these different things.
Please, we have to stop going on about fish like it's an important issue.
Well,
it isn't. It's a flag-waving patriotism competition.
No, you're wrong.
I'm right.
Look, the bottom line is this. I don't want to talk about fishing again because you start talking about Arabs. Silly. You start talking silly.
But it's not silly if they employ the same number of people and they provide the same amount of money to the exchequer, then it's not silly at all.
Look,
I looked it up. It's the same.
It's a great natural resource. 200 mile of water in some places.
Yeah.
It's a great resource. You've had people from Grimsby tell you that tonight.
Right.
I mean, but the main thing is that he's had a talk with Von der Leyen today, and they said they're going to continue the talks.
Yeah.
Now, for me, if he gives things away now, he loses all credibility. He'll have the ERG against
Boris Johnson loses all credibility. I think that ship sailed.
Right, never. If he delivers a good Brexit...
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Taking back control for this country.
Taking back what control?
Not being told what to do by a foreign power.
In what regard being told what to do?
Well, straight away for your coastal waters, they tell us what to do.
I thought you were. You just said you didn't want to talk about fish.
No, but you said what laws to take back.
Yeah.
Straight away, the law of the sea.
Okay, the least important one.
They have control of it.
You mean we want to take back control of something we sold already?
Take back control
we
of
could
our law.
Buy it back, maybe, but once you sell something, it's not yours anymore.
Take back control of our immigration.
We always had control about who came here, just as every other country in the European Union, and more people came here from outside the European Union than inside.
We can deport criminals easier.
That has nothing to do with the European Union. It doesn't.
Oh, but it does.
But it doesn't, Brian. Oh, my God. 4 years we've been having this conversation over and over again, over the same points again and again and again, and you've learned nothing.
You can do your own trade deals, which you can do in a year or under doing them yourself. Been proved.
Trade deals do not get done in a year or under. What are you talking about? Which one?
They don't get done when the EU do. The EU
they don't get done when any country. No country can do a significant, all-encompassing trade deal in a year. Can't be done.
It can.
Name the country that we've done that with. Don't say Japan.
Well, we're going to do it probably with Australia.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. I thought you said that it had been done already.
We can't do it until we leave, Nick. Don't you know that?
I do know that. Of course I do. But you just said we could do it in a year. Prove it.
I think we'll do it in less than a year.
Right. Based on what? Based on British exceptionalism?
Right. The thing is, right, the EU, right, we paid them $10.5 billion.
Oh, my God, this is like going back in time.
Just a second.
4 years I've been having this conversation with you and people like you. It's excruciating, bro. It's not defeatism,
we done right.
It's reality.
We done right to vote to get out of there. The only reason Brexit won't be a success is defeatists like you.
It's rubbish. It's fantasists like yourself that have caused this country to shoot itself in the foot in this manner.
You whinge on about our street being full of coffee shops and pound shops, right?
Do I?
Brexit will create.
I actually whinge on about the high street being full of empty shops.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? We're saying
what's that got to do? What's that got to do with the EU anyway? The high street being full of coffee shops. What's that got to do with the European Union?
When we leave, right? When we leave, we can create proper jobs with Brexit.
How will we be able to do that with a catastrophically holed economy under the waterline?
Right. We're not talking about fish, but we take back control of the waters. There's thousands and thousands of jobs, right?
Thousands. There's 65 million people in this country.
We're going to open free ports for all over the country. Loads of free ports. It'll bring work to the red wall seats, won't it? It'll bring good, proper jobs, which is not here at the moment.
Like doing what?
My son tried to get a job the other day, right? My son, guess how many applied for it? For a part-time job at Tesco.
Are you telling me that that is the fault of the European Union?
What we're saying is...
What has that got to do with the EU?
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is...
why are you even bringing it up?
Brexit will create a proper job for him.
Brexit will do the opposite. It will ruin the economy, even more than the COVID nightmare has done so. But you're saying that just based on hope, rather than any evidence of any kind whatsoever. Oh, my God. Will you wake up? It's just... I used to think that you did this just deliberately to wind me up, and this was your kind of fun for the day, like taking a fairground ride. But you actually believe this stuff, don't you, Brian?
You can't accept that we voted to leave and make the best
I do. I do accept that we voted to leave. Of course I do.
You don't. But the way you're talking, you don't.
Of course I accept that we voted to leave. But what's the alternative? To pretend that we didn't?
Look. The EU is in big trouble.
What you mean is I refuse to accept that it was a good decision. It obviously isn't.
Just a second. You keep going on about YouTube and Facebook, right? What about the main media? The main media. They don't tell you about all the troubles in the EU, which is a lot of them.
Are you insane? The media. Which media are you talking about? You're talking about the Rupert Murdoch media.
And you know who should get the first job? Macron.
Are you talking about the Viscount Rothermere media? Are you talking about the Barclay Brothers media? Which media are you talking about that's so pro-EU? Oh, my God. The Sky...
Anti-Brexit, they are. Anti-Brexit.
It's not anti-Brexit, it's pro-reality.
No, it's nonsense what they're talking.
But it's not nonsense, Brian, if it's true.
We're going to soon find out anyway, aren't we?
No, we have found out already. How much is the pound worth? How much is... Listen to me. How much is the pound worth now compared to what it was 4 years ago?
All I know is what the pound is going to be worth in 3 years.
No, you don't. You do not know that. That's just nonsense. That's nonsense flag waving.
And you don't.
Of course not. But I know what it's... Of course not. But I know what it's worth now.
Look, we've done the right thing.
Brian, answer the question. How much is the pound worth compared to how much it was before the referendum result?
I'm not into all that stuff. You tell me.
You're not into reality?
I'm into reality. You aren't. I'm into reality.
That's the absolute opposite. You are. Look, I'm into reality. You're into fantasy flag waving.
All I know is the pound is how well the country is doing.
Exactly.
And I think the country is going to do great with Brexit.
But how's it done so far?
The pound was overvalued before Brexit. It wasn't at its right rate anyway.
Says who?
You know that.
No, I don't know anything of the sort. Neither do you. Now you find yourself in your corner and you're just desperately trying to dig your way out of it.
No, the pound was everybody knows the pound was overvalued before Brexit.
Nobody knows anything of the sort.
Well, it was in the news. You only listen to the news you want to, Nick, don't you?
It was in the news.
Brexit news.
It was in the news. Really? Which news? Which news led with that story? Oh my God! You are an infuriating man. You probably hear that on a regular basis. Every day, I bet you hear that, Brian, don't you? You infuriating, annoying man. You must hear that constantly.
No, if you want a fair
people must be all the time wagging their finger in your face, saying "you infuriating, annoying man." You must get that all the time, Brian.
You've got to have a bit of comeback, the way you talk. You're a defeatist. You always have been. Look, accept we've left and make the best of it.
I accept that we've left, but you have you have to accept the consequences of leaving. But you don't. You're just living in this pink fantasy world where everything is lovely all the time. I can't stand it anymore, Brian. You're an incredibly annoying person. But deep down you know that, don't you? 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. He waited maybe 50 minutes on my switchboard to yell at me in that manner. It is like taking a fairground ride. Whew, I'm exhausted. How about you? I'm completely spent. Steve texts for the lady that I was speaking to some while ago who was curious about where the fish was she bought from Waitrose. He says, Waitrose bream is caught around Greece and Turkey. Definitely foreign. Robert says, I think the government has deliberately used the fish issue to cause a no-deal Brexit as Boris wanted it all along. It all seems a bit fishy to me, says Robert. Yeah. If some bloke says that the morning has gold in its mouth the day after, then we'll know what that's all about. If a Tory donor makes £100 million, then we'll know the reason why. Sandown on the Isle of Wight. Hello, Debbie.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Yes, we had a conversation back, I think, in the summer, I think.
So how's life been on the Isle of Wight?
Fabulous.
Is it?
Beautiful summer.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely walks, beautiful. Yeah, you said to me, I was an old lady.
Yeah.
And when you said about, all the migrants couldn't pick the fields, and you said, well, you can't do it, you're too old. Well,
did I?
I done it.
You've done it?
I picked cucumbers, and I picked tomatoes.
Yes.
And I done it all.
Right.
And everything's been thriving. So we haven't missed them.
Well, how long did you do it for?
6 months.
You picked cucumbers for 6 months?
And all different varieties of fruit.
Right.
And I've done it very well, thank you.
Well,
like the Land Army that you said that we haven't still got it in this country.
Right.
And we done it.
You done it?
I done it.
Yeah.
And lots of other English people done it.
Right. But is that because the Isle of Wight has been in lockdown and you can't get any foreign workers?
No, we didn't need them. We could be self-sufficient without them, thank you very much.
Right.
But you have a thing...
But they couldn't come anyway, though, could they? Even if you wanted them, they couldn't come because you've been in lockdown, right?
No, but we still done it.
Yeah.
We survived.
Right, but even if you wanted them to go there, they couldn't because you've been in lockdown, right?
Yeah, we didn't want them.
No, but it wasn't a case of not wanting them. They couldn't go there because you've been in lockdown, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
Right.
But we can survive without them. That you think we need them,
yeah,
well, we don't.
Right.
Because we are British and we can survive without them.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's great, Debbie. We've just reversed 2 centuries of progress in 4 years, and now we're bent over double in a field all day. That's great. Next stop,
Wonderful.
the Stone Age.
Wonderful. At least we are troopers, us English.
Right, I've got no idea what that means. You like doing boring, menial jobs? Is that what trooper means?
Well, if we have to do it, we have to do it, don't we?
But you don't have to, though.
Well, we do, because if we haven't got no one else there, we have to do it.
Exactly. So get somebody else there. And then you can
No, I
concentrate
don't.
on
I
doing
don't wanna
something
get
more
someone else there.
valuable.
I don't need a foreigner to get it there for me. I can do it myself. Oh, you cut me off.
Right, and no, I haven't cut you off. And so
Okay.
so we'll go back to being an agrarian society where we all are we're, in a field all day pulling vegetables out the ground.
What's wrong with that?
Well, it doesn't earn much money.
No, it doesn't matter. That is principle.
The principle. Well,
It's the principle.
right.
of-
You'd rather the entire country was poor again because then
No,
we'll win.
No, so why do we have to bring migrants in to do it?
Because
when we've got our own people that can do it?
because they are low grade jobs, and we would be better. Our time would be better spent doing high paying jobs.
Yes, I agree. I 100% agree with you. But
There you go then.
also, you had the toilet cleaner back in the day. She was indigenous.
Why would you want to do that?
But why wouldn't you want to do it?
Because it's
not
cleaning
everyone's
toilets.
educated. Not everyone's educated. You've got the people here who aren't always educated, and there's always someone a job for that.
Right.
Why do we need to bring foreign people in when you've got enough of your own who aren't educated to do it?
Right. Well, there's so much there to unpack. I don't even know where to begin. How about educating yourself so that you don't have to clean toilets for a living?
Well, I never have because I'm a businesswoman anyway. So there you
I
go.
thought you just told me you spent the summer in a field.
I did. I did.
What kind of business is that?
I'd done it out of courtesy.
Courtesy. Oh, well then.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. She was just, being courteous.
Be polite.
Thanks a lot, Debbie. I'll cut that short because I know that wasn't really going to go anywhere. Yeah, marvellous. Let's all go and pick tubers. That can be the basis for our entire economy. Yeah, we give up banking and lawyering and accounting and all that boring stuff, and we'll go and yank sprouts out the ground. That's our future. Gloria, that's the sunny uplands right there. I had no idea that's what they meant by that. We're actually going to be working the sunny uplands, not regarding them from a lounge chair with a cocktail in our hands. It's going to be back-breaking work on those sunny uplands. I had no idea that's what they meant by that. Huh. The stuff you learn on this show. It's an education, ain't it?
No.
0345 6060 973. Isle of, what was it? Isle of Man, Isle of Wight? I don't know. One of those places where everybody is their own father. Portsmouth. Hey up, Harry.
Oh, hello there, Nick. Yeah, Isle of Wight, closest point to Portsmouth, 3/4 of a mile.
Yeah.
You can get the hovercraft if you like.
You can
I mentioned that before.
Yeah, no, don't do that. You could practically spit that far.
Yeah, I've said you before.
It was the only form of transport I thought I was going to throw up on, the hovercraft.
Yeah, I say they got that stationary one at Leon Solent. I don't know what they're doing because they were trying to scrap one of them in order to get the spare parts. And you know how they're always trying to get these lottery grants. Well, I don't think they'll get one. So I honestly don't know what will be happening with that. But I'm hoping they keep it for happy memories.
Right. Right. Okay then.
Oh, that lady, by the way, that lady did mention about, picking your own or whatever. You did know that about 1 million immigrants have left the UK in this year, possibly due to COVID.
Right. And Brexit.
Well, that as well. But that's probably why the rents in London have dropped.
No, the rents in London have dropped because the lockdowns meant that all of those executive flatlets with no outside space suddenly became really unattractive and people want a house with a garden.
Yes, that is true. But I was going to say, it's been announced recently that the Sheffield Forge Masters, because like all firms in Britain, they're in trouble, nothing to do with Brexit, they make the steel for the subs, very high quality steel for the nuclear subs.
Oh, yeah.
And so
the government, I think, are going to try and find a buyer. I think it might even be the government themselves. But that's what happened. You had the people from Scunthorpe, Grimsby area. The Scunthorpe Steelworks makes all the railway lines. And what happened was they suddenly realised if they wanted to build the high-speed train and relay all the tracks in Britain, they need a steelworks. But what happened, first of all, the Turkish Army Pension Fund was going to buy it. And in the end, as far as I know, China bought it.
Right, that sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, it's just another sellout. Anybody, if they're beyond the Isle of Wight, they'll sell it to somebody.
It's all short-term gain. That's what this country is. We'll sell absolutely anything for short-term gain and then whine about it in the long term.
Yeah, never any plan. Well, we saw that where there was no PPE.
Exactly.
Although France flogged theirs, France dumped theirs. France actually threw theirs away in about February, I think they said.
Did they?
yeah, they had some old stocks, right?
Right.
We did.
Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, because it goes out of date, doesn't it? You can't keep it forever.
Yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff they bought was already out of date.
Right. But that's the problem with this country, short-termism. I've said it about 1 million times. We're only interested in short-term gain right now. It's the same with government, and it's the same with business. We've got one of the worst research and development investments in the first world. People who run businesses in this country have a terrible reputation. British managers are by and large a bad lot because they're only interested in short-term gain. They'll come in, they'll blow in, they'll take over as CEO of some major company for they're only going to be there for 5 years. Their goal is to jack up the share price to trigger their bonuses, and then they leave with a golden goodbye, and then they do the same to another company. And because it's all about the short-term share price, never the long-term future of the company, then those companies just become zombie companies. They just sort of float there and don't go anywhere. That's because the executives come in and just strip the place bare and then sail off into the distance.
Our water companies are owned by businesses registered in places like the Cayman Islands.
Oh, yeah?
All our bin lorries seem to be controlled from Europe. Portsmouth City Council did the contract in 2008.
Yep.
Under the Euro rules, of course, because if it's over about a couple of million, because they wanted a 25-year contract, it was a big contract. And the French got it.
I challenge you to name a major British company, or that you perceive as being a major British company that is actually owned by somebody in Britain.
Very, very difficult to think of one offhand. All the old names disappeared over the years.
Yeah, precisely. They either disappeared or they're still around, but they're owned by the Chinese or the Indians or the Americans or people that only exist as a cloud of mist for tax purposes.
I was going to say, have you heard about the fish riots yet?
Oh my God! The fish are rioting? Now we're really in trouble.
Well, no.
It's a Sharknado.
Macron's very worried because he's got trouble with people rioting in Paris.
Oh, well, that sounds like Paris.
And you know what farmers and fisher people... Is it fisher people or fishermen?
No, well, it depends.
Because you can be an honorary man even as a woman, you know.
Is that right?
Yes. You can call a fisher woman a fisher man. She won't object to it.
Well, maybe. Or you might get a wet mackerel up the side of your head.
Yeah, I've got a culinary tip for you on that.
Yes.
If you're doing yourself a mackerel sandwich or mackerel on toast, just check out your spice rack, and if you see one labelled up ginger, just sprinkle some ginger either on the sandwich, on the toast, or if you're blending mackerel into some other recipe, the ginger takes that edge off of it.
Right. Or you could just not eat it. Better.
Well, we're supposed to be European now, you know, Dick.
Okay, I didn't get the memo.
Herring.
Yeah, I know. Can you imagine that? Mind you, if it made you 6 foot and blonde and gorgeous, you'd be eating that too.
and sing like ABBA.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't like ABBA, sorry.
Well, they're all right. I mean, it's hard not to like their songs, but I wouldn't go out and buy one. Let me put it like that. Thanks a lot, Harry.
We're running late.
Steve texts. Oh no, I read that. That's about the bream. The bream comes from Greece and Turkey. Because it comes over here and is our dinner. Robert emails, I think the government has deliberately used the fish issue. I've read that too. I'm way ahead of schedule. Anne says, we get our fish delivered from Cornwall. They will tell you when you order where the fish comes from. We have excellent home delivery service from them. Well, that's nice to know. Thanks, Anne. It's like she's leaving a review on a website. Paul tweets, I honestly don't understand why people think Facebook is a good source of news and information. Dumb people use dumb news sources. Well, dumb news sources make dumb people.
I love the poorly educated.
And then you get that.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
No, we're still stunned. Still stunned, Donny. We just cannot believe that a giant orange balloon like you could become the most powerful man in the world.
Don't be rude.
I will be rude when I want to be.
You're just a lightweight. Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
I wonder if we'll miss him when he's gone. I don't think he's actually going to go anywhere. Not for a good long while. But, it's been... Now that now it's coming to an end, I think we can appreciate that it's been amusing. In the same way that watching a horror film is somewhat satisfying. But it's nice that it's ended. Kind of. Kingston, hello, David.
Hey, hi there, Nick. I voted to leave Europe. Sorry about that. My wife voted to remain. She studied law, European law, and her argument is that we have more protection, legal protection, if we're in Europe than if we're not in Europe.
I just see it as being in the playground, because our politicians are like children. There's no development from the age of about 11. And we are either on our own in the playground, subject to the whims of the bully, or we can be in a gang. It just makes sense to me to be in a gang.
Yeah, sure. Well, I get your argument. But I remember talking to you years ago about they put arsenic in wallpaper, and it was made illegal in Europe, but it was for a long time in this country. It took a long time until they actually prohibited it. And apparently one of the reasons was because they had a politician that owned an arsenic mine or something like that.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and so I just feel with this vaccine, I feel a bit nervous that it hasn't been approved in Europe yet. I mean, they're making it in Belgium. If it's that much of a necessity, then why haven't they approved it yet? So I kind of feel like maybe once again she's right and I was perhaps wrong.
What, your wife?
Yeah, because this is what I mean. Because is it that we have lower standards? I don't really feel filled with national pride and confidence that we're the first country and only country in the world to approve the vaccine.
No, me either. But I would imagine that you've hit the nail right squarely on the head there. That pride in Britain is what was the intention. I don't know, but I would be surprised if there wasn't massive political pressure on the regulator to be first. They just want some sort of win from this, because everything else that Boris Johnson has touched has turned to stone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know that we apparently still abide by the European Medicine Agency's rules, but we're not obviously governed under them anymore. But from what she's told me as well, is that they are actually being petitioned by doctors that have legitimate concerns about the safety of the vaccine. And if perhaps if they take these concerns on and enough people sign the petition and they take it seriously, then it won't be approved. So
my understanding was that we were under the auspices of the European regulator, but in an emergency, each country can do what they want and okay a medicine or a vaccine that they see fit to do.
But I'm also quite concerned that this petition is just being taken off of the internet continuously. It seems. I mean,
which petition? Which petition is that?
There's a petition written by doctors, Dr. Woodard and Dr. Yeadon, who raised legitimate concerns about the safety of the vaccine. and that they haven't done the trials for long enough. And it's obvious that it hasn't been done for long enough, because when the vaccine was announced that it had been approved, Jonathan Van Tam said that they don't actually know whether it works properly, in the sense that they don't know whether it's going to stop you spreading it or not.
Yeah,
which to me is kind of the main point of the vaccine.
But I think that people with little knowledge of this, when that in this instance includes you and me, would be probably best advised not to make definitive statements on whether it is or is not safe.
Well, no, yeah, sure, but surely surely the doctors who are professionals in this field, surely their concerns are legitimate, and surely we should all have that information and be allowed to read the petition ourselves. It shouldn't be being taken off the internet.
Right. Well, I've got no idea about that. It's the first I've heard, but I'll leave it with me and I'll look into it, David. Don't worry about it. Just a little pinprick. That'll keep you going for the show. Come on, it's almost time to go. Let's have Harrow. Sylvia, Harrow.
Hi, Nick.
Harrow.
I was ready to go to bed.
Yes.
When I got so wound up.
Oh no.
By Keith and
Who?
Keith.
Who?
I just cannot understand. It's a good job that you've got humour and that I can laugh, because Brexit is the biggest mistake that this country will have ever made. And I just, even at this stage, they cannot see it. They can't see
I think you're
the fog in front of their eyes, or the mist.
I think that they can see it. They just don't want to admit that they can see it. It's too much loss of face.
I mean, why jump off a cliff? Somebody's going to push you. I just, honestly...
Well, we knew what we were voting for when we decided to jump off the cliff, and regardless of any information that comes our way that it's not a good idea to jump off the cliff, we're going to jump off the cliff because that is what we said we were going to do, and that is the British thing to do, Sylvia.
But instinctively I knew Brexit was the worst thing. I mean, we live in a global world.
Right. Well,
we don't
that
make
is true.
Anything in this country like Germany.
Well, we make...
And Boris Johnson has thrown the financial services under a bus.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of people in the financial finagling racket that are going to make a lot of money from Brexit.
I know.
Don't you worry about that. They'll be just fine, Sylvia. Here, I've got to go, but thanks for that.